whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon spurs singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dominion Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
Well, I have a microphone and you don't.
So you will listen to every damn word I have to say.
Up atop again.
Finally, I'm free again. I got my motor running for a wild weekend.
Freak out, yo.
Oh, don't you dare look back. Just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance. Don't you dare look back. Just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me.
Yep, happy Friday. Greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and brought to you by Resto Pros. And it is game day. Our Friday video there features Matthew Becker. He'll get the ball tonight against the Clemson Tigers in the upstate. Good morning. I'm JB. That's Mad Dog. Raphael Esparza is coming on. There are betting odds on this game. We'll get them. We'll also talk to him about some of the combine stuff and more. 11 o'clock this morning, Stuart Lake will be here for the full hour as we preview the best rivalry in the country in the sport of college baseball. But that's not all. It is a big weekend for South Carolina athletics. The 19th ranked softball team is on the road there in Durham. They've got the Blue Devils. This will be their stiffest challenge of the year. The women can win a share of the regular season SEC title in basketball. They won last night. We'll get to that in just a moment. And, of course, the men's side of things has not gone very well this year, but they do have an opportunity to win a ball game tomorrow. So we'll get through all that today. We got players performing at the NFL Combine. Yesterday, a couple of really nice performances, if you will, as well. And we'll fuss and discuss some of that and much, much more. But, Phil, it is time for Carolina and Clemson baseball. And we've got a deep dive on numbers and series trends, some good, some bad. Clearly, our audience, for the most part, has done their due diligence on the Gamecocks this year, 9-0 through 9 games in Paul Maneri's first season. But maybe you haven't seen the Tigers a bunch. And we'll give you some information on those guys and what they'll look like, or at least what we anticipate they may look like, beginning this evening up there at Doug Kingsmore Stadium. That is a 6:45 airtime. I'm going to say this. My mic is coming through clear, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
All right. I'm going to say this as clearly as I possibly can. I hope it is digested, and all of you that are in the chat box or watching on our app, which we know thousands of you do, and we appreciate that. And those that are watching on YouTube or watching on Twitter or wherever you're watching and or listening, maybe you're driving around delivering mail, listening in the background, listen carefully. If you don't want to hear the Clemson broadcast, then you need to mute the television. It is the ACC Network Extra tonight. Just like on Sunday, it will be Dave and Grayson. Clemson fans probably won't want to listen to that. Okay? If you want to hear what you want to hear, you want to turn on your radio, or you want to pull up your Gamecocks app and listen to Derek and listen to Stuart at 6:45. So the first person, and I won't check it probably till later on in the weekend before we get back on the air Monday, but the first person that hops into the Big Spur tonight and starts complaining about the broadcasters, I hope one of you will tell him or her that's their broadcast. They're going to be a little biased towards the home team. If you want to hear the guys are going to be a little bit maybe biased towards your team, might want to listen to Derek and Stu. And they're better anyways.
Yeah.
6:45 tonight airtime. And, of course, Coach Lake will be here at 11 o'clock. So I'm glad we got that out of the way, Phil. Glad that's done. We needed to eliminate that.
What about tomorrow, though? Do we know much about tomorrow?
Yeah. Tomorrow is an SEC Network X.
Is it? Okay. I saw.
I think.
Yeah.
Let me be sure on that. Grayson is not calling that. I know that.
Yeah.
Because I talked to Grayson the other day, and I'm pretty positive that is.
I wonder if the SEC will send somebody down there,
Yeah. Yeah, it's got it as SEC Network Plus tomorrow. So
yeah,
I don't know who I have no idea.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I haven't seen anything, so that's all right. I mean, I'll probably listen to the radio call anyway, but for those of us who don't,
yeah. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know. I'll ask Coach Lake see if he knows. But anyways, so we're going to get to all the baseball stuff here in just a minute. But first, let's kind of recap what has happened and set the scene for everything else this weekend. It was a 75-59 victory last night for the ladies. They beat Ole Miss for the 20th straight time, and they did it behind the triple-double of Chloe Kitts. How about that? The program's first triple-double since Aaliyah Boston had one against the Georgia Bulldogs in January of 2021. 16 points, 13 boards, and a career high 10 dishes, 10 assists last night for Chloe Kitts. And South Carolina wins 75-59 over Ole Miss. They've got Kentucky coming up on Sunday. Texas has Florida. They should take care of business there. And if they win, they will split the regular season championship at 15-1. But Texas, of course, beat South Carolina, so they would have the nod. But anyways, it would still finish the year 15-1 in league play. So congratulations to the girls for getting it done last night down in Oxford, Mississippi. Again, that's their 20th victory over the Rebels. Elsewhere in women's basketball, Alabama's in the top 20, and last night they stunned 7th-ranked LSU. LSU fell for the third time this year in league play and the third time overall. 27-3 are the Tigers. Alabama improves to 23-6, 10-5 in SEC play. Now, it was close. It was very close where South Carolina could have won this thing outright. Texas went to Mississippi State and almost coughed it up. They only won by 4 points against the Bulldogs last night, who are having a nice year, but not nice enough to pull that off, you wouldn't think. But it didn't go the way of the Gamecocks and went the way of the Longhorns, so they'll still be right there. As for the men, as we pointed out, they will play tomorrow, beginning to wind things down and going to try to play spoiler. Arkansas is 17-11. They're 6-9 in the SEC. We know what's going on with the Gamecocks. Coach Cal has had a rough history at the CLA. Maybe it extends itself. It's a 1 o'clock tip tomorrow on the SEC network. Baseball, of course, will throw the first pitches at 1:30, so you might want to have a couple of TVs going at the same time if you'd like to watch both of those ball games. But can Carolina pull an upset against Arkansas and maybe they won't pop the bubble, but maybe make it a little bit smaller. How about that?
Yeah. Definitely tighten up that margin of error that they'll have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. By the way, Harrison in the chat box said they'll probably use our radio broadcast since it's the minor league park. They could, yeah. It could tie into that, and that'd be the best of both worlds for everybody, clearly. Yeah. But nonetheless, we certainly encourage everybody to pull up the Gamecocks app or click it onto your radio and listen to our guys no matter what. Also tomorrow, some major, like if you're just a hoops fanatic, Saturday once again is kind of the day for you in the SEC. Top ranked Auburn is at Kentucky. How about that? 1 o'clock tip on ABC. Wildcats clearly in the tournament can do damage. They're 19-9. That would go a long way. That is going to be a hostile Rupp Arena tomorrow for that ball game. And then you got 6th-ranked Alabama on the road at 5th-ranked Tennessee. This isn't football. It's basketball. So that's going to be pretty intense. And then A&M in Florida, they're going to play at 8:30 tomorrow night on the SEC network. The Aggies are coming in reeling, Phil. They have lost 3 straight games at Mississippi State, against Tennessee, and then the other night Vanderbilt upended them by 2 points in College Station. And the Gators, of course, are coming in at 24-4, 11-4, and they're in search of a number 1 overall seed in the dance. They're coming off of that upset loss in Athens the other night, 88-83. So it's going to be a big day in SEC hoops. But obviously, in our neck of the woods, we're concerned with can the Gamecock men get their 2nd win of the year. By the way, just for what it's worth, if South Carolina wins out, Arkansas, Georgia at Tennessee, and I know it's going to be hard to go to Knoxville and get it done. But if they win out, it is very likely LSU won't, because they've got road trips to Mississippi State, Kentucky, and then they host the Aggies. Carolina could not finish in the cellar. They could finish 15th.
Well, there you go. I mean, 1 spot below where they were picked to finish at Media Day this year. So
yeah, hey, look.
I don't know. Derek said it yesterday. Like you really shouldn't need any more motivation than pride at this point, and the desire to win. So that is precisely what I'll be watching for over the next 3 games. Yeah.
What's left in the tank?
Who has the mental fortitude to be able to finish strong?
Yeah. I don't know. We'll find out. That's for sure. Carolina and Duke, by the way, in softball this weekend, before we get to baseball here in just a moment, they are 3-3 all time against one another. They played their first game in this series back in 2018. Gamecocks won the first 3 games. Duke has won the last 3 games. They did play a couple of times last year as well on the road in Durham, and lost both of those by a combined score 18-1. Now, Ashley Chastain's group is a little bit different this go around. They're going to try to go up there and knock off number 8 Duke. So it's a top 20 matchup in softball. You can watch all three of these games as well on the ACC Network Plus. You've got a 6 o'clock first pitch tonight, a 1 o'clock first pitch tomorrow, and a noon first pitch on Sunday. Woo, man, 1 o'clock tomorrow is going to be busy. Softball, baseball, and men's basketball all at the same time. Sweet mother. That's going to be something. By the way, Jory Hurd, who is right now the reigning SEC pitcher of the week, is third nationally in wins, and she's going to look to pick up at least one more this weekend on the road in Durham. So good luck to the softball program as they make the trip over to the ACC. And then you've got SEC, ACC baseball. Carolina and Clemson are set to go tonight at 7 o'clock at Doug Kingsmore Stadium. It is Aiden Canuck and Matthew Becker, the sophomore righty, hard-throwing righty for Clemson, and we'll give you his numbers here in just a minute. And the senior lefty for the Gamecocks, who is homegrown. This will be his third time pitching in Doug Kingsmore Stadium. If I could change places with anybody, if I could be in anybody's shoes today, Phil, I would want to be in Matthew Becker's shoes. Getting a chance to walk onto the mound tonight in hostile territory and try to quiet 6,000 people. It is a sold-out crowd at Doug Kingsmore Stadium. The Tigers have won 5 in a row. They're 7-1 overall, and that includes the 20-7 victory over Winthrop just a few nights ago. Gamecocks, of course, have beaten Winthrop this year as well. I got some series trends and stuff like that to get to here in just a minute, and we will. But first, let me give you the numbers on Canuck this season, who he's their ace. There's no question about it. And they've been, okay. Not great. He's getting all the pub this week, and they've been okay. 9 total innings pitched. He threw 4 in a win against Oklahoma State. He gave up 5 hits and 4 earned in that ball game. He would turn around a week later and throw 5 innings against Virginia Commonwealth in the upstate. 3 hits, 2 earned in that ball game. Through 9 innings pitched, he does have 15 strikeouts. That is his MO. That's what he's known for. And he has only walked 3 guys in those 9 innings. But something does stand out. And in 9 innings, he's given up 3 home runs. That's a big number for a starting pitcher. That's 1 every 3 innings. That doesn't sound big, but it is. He's also given up a couple of doubles so far this year. So 5 have gone for extra bases of the 8 that have been knocked around off of him. That's a good sign for the Gamecocks tonight as they are set to take the field. Ethan Petrie and Talmadge LeCroy are 2 guys that I'll be watching very, very closely, Mad Dog. Both of them have won the Tom Price Award in the last couple of years against this group. Talmadge LeCroy a couple of years ago had a huge series against Clemson. And, of course, Petrie is Petrie. And you know that they're going to be very, very careful with him. Gamecocks knocked a bunch of balls out of the yard the other night. It was Gardner Webb. This is going to be a different animal. But if you're feeling a little bit better about yourself, who knows? Maybe a couple can leave the ballpark. We'll see. A couple of numbers here to pass along on Clemson. Clemson pitching has allowed 8 runs per game against teams hitting 280 and above. Carolina is hitting 304 on the season as a group. Clemson pitching has allowed 3.5 runs per game versus teams hitting below 280. Interesting. The Tigers offense averages 10.33 runs per game against opponents whose ERA is above 6 on the season. They average 5.5 runs per game against opponents whose average is below 6 on the year. Guys to keep an eye on, Jaron Purify, he's a 9-hole hitter, kind of a dual leadoff dude to get him back to the top of the lineup. If he's on, he's going. Okay, Carolina has not thrown a runner out yet this year. That's a problem. So Clemson is going, when they get on base, they're going to test Talmadge LeCroy tonight behind the plate. And Jaron Purifoy, who's already got 6 stolen bases, is certainly going to be one of the guys to do that if he makes it on base against Matthew Becker or whoever comes out of the bullpen after him. So when he's on, He's most likely going. We'll keep an eye on that. Dominic Listy, the leadoff guy, has got a hit in every game this year. He's been a table setter. He's having a great season. He's a hell of a player. And South Carolina's going to have to find a way to limit what he can do. So those guys in the middle of the lineup are limited at what they can do. But that brings Cam Canarella into this equation here, Mad Dog. He's the star. There's going to be two hitters that will be talked about more than anybody, at least going into the series, and that is Ethan Petrie and Cam Canarella. Canarella is hitting 269 on the season. But when you look deeper into those numbers, he is 6 for 11 combined against Arizona and in game one against North Carolina A&T. He hit 3 doubles in that Arizona game. He is 1 for 15 in all the rest, and he has not hit a home run. Now, what does that mean? It means one of two things. Either he is really freaking due, which knowing the type of player that he is, he probably is due. Or is he just still struggling for a little while? And that's what you're going to hope for, that he's going to continue to struggle at least for the next 3 ball games. In his career, he's 8-21 all time against the Gamecocks. He's hit 5 doubles. And in the 23 series, he won he was the Bob Bradley recipient for the MVP on their side over there. So, you know, Canarella can bust out at any – I mean, he's a projected first-round draft pick right now. I mean, the kid can play. He's just kind of been scuffling through a few things, and we'll see if he puts it together this weekend or not. Third baseman Tristan McClatty is 7 for his last 13 with 2 doubles and a home run, so he's the hottest hitter coming into this series for the Tigers. Carolina's going to have to do their best to limit what he's capable of doing, the sophomore out of Georgia. Last year, of course, Carolina did not host a game in this series. The Gamecocks lost it because of weather, and it was never made up. And then the next two were Heartbreak City. Game 2 tied in the 12th. Garrett Gainey threw 3 2/3 innings. He struck out 6, and he threw 1 pitch that he would love to have back. It left the yard, and Clemson walked off Carolina in the 12th inning over at Seger Park in the Midlands. They would turn around and head to the Upstate the next day. Ethan Petrie hit a home run in the 9th inning to bring it within 1, but that was it. Clemson swept last year's series 2-0. Here are the trends. Carolina has not lost consecutive series to the Tigers since 2017 and 2018. That was part of a 4-series losing streak to Clemson: 15, 16, 17, and 18. Since 2019, every odd year, and this is one of them, the Gamecocks have won the series against Clemson. Carolina, they've lost 5 straight at Doug Kingsmore. The last time they won a game there, that was in 2019. And in the last 10 years, they are 2-8 overall in the Upstate on the home turf of the Tigers. They've won 2 straight, though, at Floor Field, where they'll be playing tomorrow. Prior to that, they had lost 4 in a row in Greenville. And the Gamecocks in the last 10 years are 5-4 at home when hosting the Tigers at Founders Park. This will be the first game that they'll play on Ray Tanner Field. So maybe a new trend will start there. I know 5-4 last 10. Remember, they lost last year's game, so they've only played 9. And since losing 4 straight series from 15 to 18, as I mentioned, the last 6 years, the last 6 series, it is tied at 3 apiece. Keep in mind, Monty Lee was the head coach at Clemson from 16 to 22. He knew how to beat the Gamecocks, and he did it. But he's on this side now, and they'll look to kind of get that trend reversed as they have been doing the last couple of years. So those are your series trends. It has really been dead even for the last, basically 6 years. And both these teams are off to really good starts again this year. So, we're going to talk so much about all this stuff and a lot of the matchups, et cetera, with Coach Lake. But that's kind of, this. There's a reason why this is the best rivalry in the country, right? Number one, they're both good programs, great programs, historical programs, national champion program, not in the Upstate. They've had magical moments. They've had some interesting moments. And, in the last 30 plus 40 years or so, this series has been really, really even. Tiger fans will always point to the all-time, just like in football. Well, we lead the all-time series. I mean, you can have all the wins in the 20s and 30s, man. That's been over 100 years ago, so it's all good. Since then we've got a bunch of banners hanging around here in Columbia, and things are a little bit different. But it is a very, very even series. And Phil, I expect 3 games this weekend. I know Coach Toman yesterday said he expected some tight ones, and then maybe one that gets away from somebody. I expect all of them to be very tight. I think these teams are pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, well, like you said, these are 2 good programs this year. They're fielding 2 good teams, and I'm with you. I expect 3 very excellent games. Yeah, that I kind of can see where Coach Toman's talking about one of these games could get away from somebody, but I mean, even if that doesn't happen, then yeah, so be it. It's nice. What I'm really looking forward to is actually seeing, this Gamecocks team against, not to say that the opponents that we've played already are bad, but, against a top tier team, and see how they are able to manage that and come through. Brings a little bit of a different flavor when you talk about pitching to, Petrie and things like that. I mean, you got guys on the mound who think they can get this guy out. So it's not like they're going to be trying to skirt the edges every time and get him to swing at bad pitches. So feeling like he's going to have a good one. And like everybody in the chat box here, Talmadge's do. Lee Croy been knocking the crap out of the ball. Just happened to have some bad luck. So let's see a couple of them hit the field or even, over the fence.
One of the things, and we'll hit a timeout and get to Raphael here in just a minute, but one of the reasons why I love the way that Paul Mainieri has addressed this rivalry this week, this is clearly his first time in it, as we all well know. But there's already enough juice flowing on the side of the Gamecocks. The guys who were here last year remember what happened last year. There are guys who have played in the upstate already who have some not so good memories, okay? But then you've also got the things like you just mentioned a moment ago. Talmadge Lecroy, his uncle played for Clemson. Lecroy is a Gamecock. Lecroy has been the MVP of this series before. The juices are flowing already for Tal. You've got 2 guys that wore this uniform just last year, the uniform of the team in the upstate, Noah Naraki and Nathan Hall. Both of those guys felt like maybe they should have been playing. Now, it's hard to argue that, but it doesn't matter. That's the way that they feel. And they're here now in Columbia, South Carolina. Monty, obviously, I know Monty inside and out, so he's not going to ever go into this game and approach anything from a selfish standpoint at all. It's all about the players, as he pointed out the other day. That was authentic. But that's what I think should be appreciated about how Mainieri has handled this. There's enough juice flowing. You don't need to add to that. There's nothing to say. Just focus on what you need to do and let's go play baseball. There doesn't need to be, we all know all these things. There doesn't need to be all this, crazy nonsense focusing on this, that, and the other. That starts to distort it a lot, and guys get over emotional and things get out of hand. That's the way that it is. And quite frankly, if you look at the history of the series and some of the moments that we remember where there have been some, some feistiness going on or some, what's going to happen here? That's never come out of the Gamecocks dugout. It's always come from across the way every time. So, their approach to this, in my opinion, is significantly different and better than. Now, does that mean it's going to translate to a series win? Absolutely not. Of course not. Clemson is very capable of walking in and not only winning the series, but sweeping it. They are that good. So are the Gamecocks. So we'll see how it all plays out tonight. Lake will talk more about it when we get here. And when we return, we'll talk to Raphael Esparza. There are odds on this series. We'll see what he thinks and, what type of cash is coming in now that we're kind of heating things up in college baseball. We'll talk to him about the NFL stuff as well. The combine, some of the Gamecocks players, et cetera, et cetera. If you are going to any of the games this weekend, and even if you're not, you can go to Gamecock Traditions and get your Carolina stuff, get your Carolina gear, GamecockTraditions.com. They are fully stocked for baseball, softball season, always stocked for football season. And a reminder, don't forget birthdays and anniversaries, right? You have an anniversary. Craig, you got an anniversary coming up? Oh, crap. Yeah, well, I just saved the day. See? Head to Gamecock Traditions, both locations in the Midlands, or GamecockTraditions.com. They'll send it to your doorstep. They are proud, very proud, and loud supporters of Carolina baseball. Raphael Esparza when we return.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
Deep drive to left. Morgan looks up and it is gone.
That one is a problem.
That ball rid to right and deep and gone. Swinging a drive. Left field, way back and gone.
Yeah, the home of the national champions will be hosting this series on Sunday at 5 o'clock. That'll be game 3. And we'll see if somebody's won it or not by then. Raphael Esparza joins us now to give us some odds for the weekend. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
It's Clemson, Carolina week. This state is as fired up as you can get.
Mardi Gras week. It's not Mardi Gras week. It's not Clemson, South Carolina week.
Well, here it is. You know, my buddy Michael Flint, who's on during football, he just got back from New Orleans. He had a work trip down there, and they stayed at the Sheraton. Is there a Sheraton on Bourbon Street?
Yep.
That's where they stayed. And I talked to him the other morning. I said, man, you sound rough. Where you at? He's, oh, man. Work trip, huh? I hear you. But anyways, he said it was pretty sweet. I said, you show your boobs for some beads? Oh, yeah, man, of course. Guy's an animal. I told him he should have called you.
Yeah. Should have called me. I was out there securitying. My wife was taking some pictures on Bourbon for a company, and so it's when it was that kind of nighttime, someone has to make sure no one's ripping off her cameras and all that. So I was playing security one evening. So we probably bumped into each other.
If you got any pictures of them, please pass them along to me if you don't mind, so I can put them into a bumper for football season. He's the guy that looks like Carrot Top. All right, man. Let's start with college baseball. I do want to talk to you about the combine and things like that here in just a minute. But let's start with college baseball, because for those who don't know, you can head to mybookie.ag. Odds are up for baseball games. It's a big weekend, a fun weekend in college baseball. This is kind of where it starts getting going. We're a couple of weeks away from conference play, rocking and rolling here in 2025. But I'm looking now right here at tonight's odds for the Gamecocks and the Tigers in the Palmetto State rivalry, and Clemson is -1.5 to win the game.
Yeah, I mean the money line's minus 185, 188 between there, and I can guarantee you. What time is this game? I think it's a 6 o'clock, 7 Eastern Standard Time. This would be a minus $2 favorite. All the money's coming in right now on Clemson. So if you want to maybe take a shot at some underdog money, I would say wait, because you're probably going to get a better number. This is going to be a fantastic weekend series. I want to see what the wind does on Saturday and Sunday. I think this game goes under tonight because we could see some wind shifting as a front coming in. And that's it. The front is here up in the south right now, so that means it's heading your guys' way. The wind could be a factor on Saturday, Sunday. So I'm very curious what's going to happen on those two games.
You are a very smart man. Did you know that? Did you know you're a smart guy?
Do a lot of people always think, oh, you only just probably research. You know me. People just think I just research football and stuff like that, but you got to do everything.
You got to do everything. Nope. As a matter of fact, on Sunday, in Columbia, it's expected to be cooler. The high is only 55, winds up to 10 miles per hour, which can be a big deal in baseball. But to your point, on a Saturday afternoon, winds are expected to be pretty much across the state of South Carolina. I'm trying to get exact here. 15 to 25 in Greenville with higher gusts possible. That is depending on where those are coming from, I couldn't really tell you that necessarily. There is the Green Monster at Floor Field up there for this neutral site game. Carolina has won 2 straight in this series at Floor Field. But yeah, if you've got 15 to 20 mile-an-hour winds and higher gusts, that could change a lot, especially maybe the over-under, depending on which direction it's blowing in and out. The over-under in this one tonight is 10.5 for Clemson and Carolina. Matthew Becker has been phenomenal thus far. He's going to get the ball tonight for the Gamecocks. The senior lefty, it's his 3rd time walking into Doug Kingsmore Stadium and standing on the mound. The last 2, he was not a starter, but this is his first start, but he's been there. Aiden Canuck's going to get it for Clemson, who's been off to, I'd say, a so-so start. 3 balls have left the yard against this kid in 9 innings pitched thus far this year. He throws really, really hard, and he can strike guys out. But if you get a hold of one, it'll go. There's no doubt about it. So the 10.5 is interesting. If it was me, I would be under on that. I think this is going to be a 4-3, 5-4 type ball game.
Now, we have 10.5, but I see some DraftKings and stuff like that have 10. This is when I tell people, shop around. Don't just have one book, because a half a run in baseball, it could be huge. Could be up to a push or to a loser. So make sure you get the best number. I know we have 10.5 over at my bookie, but if I was looking at the under like I am, I would shop around and get that 10.5, not 10.
I want to take a minute here to quickly and applaud a lot of people. I don't even know who any of these people are. Well, I do in this state, but the sport of college baseball, those in places like Vegas, college baseball has come a long, long way from the last time that I played the game, which was, oh my God, 18 years ago. That can't be right.
They used wooden bats back then when you played.
We didn't even have helmets. But there was just a couple of years ago. Matter of fact, this is probably the first time outside of the postseason and the College World Series that you and I have ever sat here and talked about betting odds for college baseball in March. I can't remember if we've ever done this. I don't think we have. And I'm not encouraging a bunch of degenerates to go out and piss away all their money or anything like that. So, you got to save that for the Easter eggs, right? When the hunts get going here in a couple of weeks. I get it. But at the same time, this is driving a lot of attention to, I think, one of the great levels of any sport in this country. College baseball is a phenomenal product, and it just continues to grow and get bigger. And this is really neat, I think, for people like me, Stuart Lake, who's coming up here in a minute, who's been in the game his whole life, to be able to see that people who know nothing about some of these teams might be paying attention to them now.
Well, I think the big factor is, and I would say this all the time, even though I always bash the big network of ESPN because they want to talk about football 365 days a year, but ESPN Plus is one of the main reasons why college baseball is getting so much. But now you can pretty much watch every game streaming. You can watch UNLV face Nicholls State in baseball. You can find a feed to watch that game. I think that has a lot to reason why the boost of popularity when it comes to college games. And I'm not even talking about gambling wise. I'm just talking just normal people just sitting back and watching a college baseball game compared to, okay, LSU is playing South Carolina. Where can I watch it? Nowhere back in the day. You can watch it nowhere back in the day. So it's a lot that has to do with streaming services and just be able to watch it. I'm not even talking about gambling. I'm just talking visually watching a college baseball game.
Yeah, you're exactly right about that, man. And once again, it's a really good week for it. You got tournaments going on again down in the Lone Star State. A bunch of teams will head that way and play some ball. You got Miami and Florida playing this weekend at Condren Family Ballpark down in Gainesville. The Gators, I think, are -1.5 in the ball game tonight. That's a 6:30 first pitch there. I still am baffled with University of Miami's baseball program. They should never be bad, ever.
No. Well, the university is just bad right now. They're just trending downward.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that they're, they're 8-1, right? I mean, they're off to a good start this year, but much like South Carolina, they haven't really been tested the way that they will be this weekend, having to take on the 8th-ranked Gators. Want to applaud you with something as well. This is not indicative of how anything's going to end at all, or how it's going to even be beginning this weekend. But Texas A&M has been struggling a little bit to open the season. Now, they're uberly talented, and they certainly could get it going. There are some concerns with their bullpen and what that could look like throughout the season. They're coming into the tournament in Houston this weekend. They got Arizona, Oklahoma State, and Rice as a part of that. They've got Arizona tonight, but they're coming in off of back-to-back losses against teams that people are going, huh? They lost to Cal Poly? And then they lost to Texas State, the Bobcats, 7-3. But they're capable of getting it turned around. But you pointed this out last week, and I think maybe some folks kind of nodded their heads and weren't really sure what to think. Probably thinking a little bit differently now, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's teams. I mean, you look at the board, and I shouldn't be made fun of Texas A&M, but I was skeptic, and you mentioned it dead on. Their bullpen is the reason why I'm skeptic of them all season long. I just don't trust their arms of the bullpen. But there's teams. I love Cal Poly's team. I like UC Irvine. The Anteaters can be a very surprising team. There's a lot of teams just because they don't have the big logos on their hats and the big names on front of their jerseys. Tulane Green Wave playing some really good baseball. Just because you're Tennessee and LSU and all these teams, there's other teams that can shock a tournament like what we're seeing right now. There's some teams I think that can win these tournaments.
I'm with you. That's what makes this sport so wonderful, by the way. All right. Who do you have winning the Carolina Clemson series?
You know what? I think tonight's game's going to be under. I think tonight's going to be the closest one. I think the win shift might be very curious. I think I like South Carolina. I'm going to take the plus money. There's some series prices out there. You can get plus money out there. I wasn't able to put series prices on these tournaments like I normally have because there's only 24 hours a day. And now the wife is telling me I have to sleep more than 5 hours. Well, it's just that my cardiologist and my wife are telling me I need to sleep more than 5 hours a day. So I'm losing a couple hours.
Well, that's more sleep than the president gets. 5
hours all the time.
That's 5 hours is good, man. Want to turn our attention to what's going on up in Indianapolis with the NFL combine, Raphael. So give me, you understand that, betting odds aside for a second, betting odds aside and all that stuff. Give me your synopsis of this event and how it is transformed and changed over the years for players. And what I mean by that, you probably know what I mean by that, but what I mean by that to others is some guys go to the combine and really don't do anything other than interview, maybe do a couple of things that they know that they're going to test well in. And then the rest of it, they kind of shelve it, whether that's their own doing, Raphael, whether that's an agent who's telling them don't do it, or whatever the case is. Other guys go there, and they're full bore, full speed ahead, and they're out there to make somebody notice them. They don't want to hide anything. That's their message. Hey, I am who I am. Give me your synopsis and what you've learned about this event and how it has kind of shifted over the last, I'd say, 5 or 10 years.
I think there's a very small percentage that benefit going to the combine. I think the reason why we talk about the combine is because the media tells us we need to talk about the combine. They don't mention the NBA combine or Major League Baseball because there is NBA combines and there is baseball stuff like that. We just don't hear about it because ESPN's not forcing NFL combines down our throats. Now, I do think some of the interview process, I think, helps teams select, okay, is this guy good for our locker rooms? This guy gonna gel well with our leaders and our veterans in there. I think that helps. And I think some of the speed things can benefit wide receivers and running backs. But do I really want to watch a guy bench press all day long? Do I really want to see a guy jump and grab, hit tabs all day long? But it's a small percentage to me that the NFL Combine is a beneficial.
Specifically to South Carolina here, I teed that up for a reason. The Gamecocks, they've got a ton of players at the Combine this year, and 6 of them performed yesterday. All defensive guys, of course, because it was a defensive line linebackers day. TJ Sanders, Bam Martin-Scott, Demetrius Knight, Kyle Kennard, DeAndre Jules, and Tonka Hemingway. Of those 6, Demetrius Knight, linebacker, Bam Martin-Scott, and edge, defensive end, Kyle Kennard, all ran the 40. Kyle Kennard's number is probably not going to impress some people at 4.73, but we watched him play this year at South Carolina, and he's a dude. You got Pro Day coming up here soon, except in Columbia, and he'll have another chance to do what he needs to do there. Bam Martin-Scott ran the 40 at 4.63. But Demetrius Knight ran it at 4.58 yesterday, Raphael. This guy's story is really, really, truly remarkable. A high school quarterback, wanted to be a quarterback in college football, ended up he was going to go to Tennessee. They fired Butch Jones, or Breakfast of Champions guy, whatever he was, Champions of Life. I can't remember. It was some sort of champions slogan. Goes to Georgia Tech. They turn him around. He transfers and goes to play on the defensive side, goes to Charlotte, comes to South Carolina. Last week, Darren Usher, and I know what I'm about to say. This is coming from in the house. Darren Usher is the director of player personnel in Columbia, South Carolina. He's supposed to promote his guys. That's his job. But, he said here on our program with JC and Phil, we think that Demetrius Knight can sneak into the first round as a linebacker. And word has kind of gotten out that NFL, this guy he is not a late round pick. He's an early round guy. Kyle Kennard is another one who's going, I'm knocking on the door. I deserve to be in the first round. He's probably a second round or third round guy. But then you've got TJ Sanders. You've got Nick Eman-Warrior. Carolina's got 4 defensive guys. The South Carolina Gamecocks, not Georgia, not Alabama, not LSU. And the South Carolina Gamecocks right now have 4 defensive guys that they feel very good about going in the top 2 rounds or the top 3 rounds. Number one, taking you back to the season, how does that help you now that we've had all the dust settle, look back on that defense that Carolina put on the field? But also, number 2, how many do you think they can actually get into the first round here?
I think they get 1.
Okay.
They have studs, don't get me wrong, but still, a second-round pick in the NFL is no joke. You still probably could start for some teams in a second-round pick. Everyone that's in the draft wishes they can be in the first round, but I think they get 1. If I had to put a number out there, it would probably be a half or 1.5, and if the 1.5 players draft, if they under and 1.5 will probably be juiced really high, unless someone has a fantastic pro day on the defensive side. But right now, I'm projecting for them to get 1. But when was the last time we were talking about South Carolina's defense projected to be top NFL guys for 1 or second or third round? So that's just a product we saw this year for South Carolina. Some of those games they lost wasn't because of the D side, it's because your quarterback got hurt and stuff like that. So they won games because of D. They didn't win games because of their O.
Yeah, and obviously, I think going forward this year, just on a side note, I think definitely early in the year, it'll flip around. It's going to be the offense is probably going to need to score some points and let the defense kind of settle in. Of the 7 that are at the Combine, you've got, today's the 28th, you got Josh Simon going today on the offensive side of the football. Nick Eman-Warrior, who's the guy you're talking about as far as a first rounder.
Yes.
And then O'Donnell Fortune, the corner, he'll also He'll also test today. Rocket Sanders tomorrow. Torricelli Simpkins, the offensive lineman, is coming up on Sunday. So the record at South Carolina is 7 draft picks, Raphael. 7. That's the record out of Columbia. Mm-hmm. The question is, including these guys here, you got Kai Kroger, who might be the best punter in the country. He's at the specialist combine. Do they break that record?
It's going to be a net punter probably if it goes 7 or 8, because I mean, punters are not usually any kickers or punters. We've seen only one really go high, and that's because the Raiders were high probably when they drafted the kicker. I can't think of his name. The big left-handed kicker.
Janikowski.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't think of his name.
Yeah.
But it tells me like we've had this discussion all through college football season. That's I'm if I was buying stock, I'm buying stock on South Carolina football right now. I think they're on the rise. I think players want to go there, and especially now what they did last year. So if I would buy South Carolina stock before I buy Florida stock.
Oh, well, I love hearing that. DJ Lagway, and it's February. People need something to talk about. You're starting to hear well, who's better, DJ Lagway or Lenore Sellers? I don't know. We'll find out. I mean, I think Sellers personally, but both of them are excellent. But there are a lot of people buying Florida stock. You realize that?
Until they show me something. Okay, they ended their season really nicely, but they always start off slow. Until I can see a Gator team that starts out hot and stays hot all through the season, I'm not buying their stock right now.
So the interesting thing, too, with the Gamecocks is a lot of these early projections for next year. You know, a lot of people have them like in the top 10, top 15. None of this crap means anything, Raphael, obviously, but they do. You know, there's people out there wherever on 3, 24/7, ESPN, et cetera. And then yesterday we got the odds, the over-unders for the season. And guess where the Gamecocks were? 5.5.
I saw 2. Yeah. Which?
Projected top 10 team. Over under 5.5 wins.
Their schedule is kind of rough next year, though.
But that's every year, right? I mean,
yeah, you're right.
You know, I mean, as long as you're in this league and playing Clemson, you're going to have the same conversation. It's the same thing every single year. And you don't know who the hell is going to be good anymore and who isn't with the transfer.
No, I mean, I think LSU is going to be down. I mean, they just lost not one but 2 of their coaches. One went to the Saints, and one, I forget where the other one went. So I think LSU might be a little bit downward this year.
What is that? What does that mean for them? What is down for them? 8 wins, 7 wins?
Ooh, I would say 6 to 7 wins. They have a kind of a brutal. I don't trust their quarterback as well. I mean, they did lose a lot of. Again, they always lose stars to the draft the portal. I think I think LSU with Kelly still being here, I think some of these guys are not looking at LSU anymore just because Kelly hasn't really brought them to the promised land that everyone thought. So I think they're losing some names to the transfer portal, I think, because of Kelly being there.
That there's no way if they win, let's call it 7 games. There's no way that means anything good for Brian Kelly.
I mean, their total season wins between 8 and 8.5.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Cam Ward still the favorite to be the top overall pick in the draft?
Yeah, but I tell people, like, when you're betting the NFL draft this year, this is a non-quarterback draft. But I don't care what people want to say about Cam Ward's going number 1, about Sanders. Yeah, big deal. They're not. I don't see a main name being a main guy in the NFL as a quarterback. So you're going to see a lot of. I think we might see a lot of movement, trades, maybe some weird picks, because it's not a dominating QB draft. So I shouldn't say I'm excited, but I'm very curious to see what happens in the NFL draft, just because there's so many questions. And we're going to talk about QB free agencies in the NFL more than the draft, because where's Stafford going to go? Where's Russell Wilson going to go? Where's Aaron Rodgers going to go? There's so many names that are looking for jobs in the NFL quarterbacks, and we're never going to talk about draft guys.
That's a good point. We were looking the other day at, I think it was like the last, I don't know, man, 10 or 12 years or something like that. at how many quarterbacks, and I don't love the word bust. I really don't, because some of them are, when it comes to being a first rounder, I get that, but some of them also go places they just don't have any chance of being successful there. It kind of ends their career, but they got paid. There are so many quarterbacks in the last 10 to 12 years that you look back and you're like, that guy went in the first round? You know what I mean? Just shocking. And then there's some guys you're like, holy cow, this guy went in the whatever round, and look at him now. I
like the word bust. I like the word.
Well, I know you do.
Let's just talk about, we're force-fed, and we talk about NFL mock drafts when some guy puts it on ESPN and we have to stop the press because his mock draft 2.0. I did a rant the other day on another show. In 2021, their first 2 mock drafts, I'm not going to mention the guys on ESPN. You know who they had number 1 that's going for the Jacksonville Jaguars? They had Mac Jones going number 1, not Trevor Lawrence, which you can almost count that he might be a bust right now. Mac Jones for their mock 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. 3 guys had Mac Jones going as number 1 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. How's that mock draft look now?
Pretty terrible.
Mac Jones delivered my pizza last night.
I'm going to say Jackson Dart is the first quarterback off the board.
Really?
And not number 1 overall, though.
Yeah, I don't think now that the Penn State linebacker doesn't need surgery, how do you not take him or Hunter as number 1?
I know, I agree with
you. I don't understand. You really Cam Ward? He's not a number 1 pick in my eye. I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times. That's my wife.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm wrong every day, and I'm not a draft expert, but just going on a hunch here, I think it's Carter or Hunter.
Let me answer the Queen's question.
I was about to ask that. Go ahead. Yeah. Yep.
Yes, I used to do odds a lot for NASCAR, and no, you could still bet them before qualifications. Make sure you get that book that you can. Some books don't, but the limits are very low, and then they'll change the limits after qualifications. NASCAR betting has just been downward year after year. It's sad to say that one, I went like 10 years ago when NASCAR was at its peak, and every state wanted 2 races, and betting was phenomenal, viewingship was phenomenal, but college baseball is probably another reason why maybe NASCAR viewingship as well, because again, people want to watch other things than just cars go around in circles. But it's sad to see NASCAR dwindle down in ratings and betting wise.
I've got a quick question for you. Play Fly Sports. What is Play Fly Sports? Do you know?
Never heard of it.
Well, I haven't either, and I thought I'd heard just about everything here. Okay. I'll have to do some research on this. But it's some sort of sports media group. They've got properties everywhere. Not South Carolina, I can tell you that. This must be an emerging, you know what I mean, like a Learfield type deal or whatever. So Playfield has just signed the Texas A&M Aggies to a 15-year multimedia rights deal. The Aggies over 15 years will bring in $515 million. Oh. $34 million annually.
Can I just have 1% of that? I'm not asking for much.
College athletics, man. Raphael's got the Gamecocks winning the series against the Tigers. We'll hold you to it. Hope you're
plus
right.
Money. Like that plus money.
Have a great weekend, man. Can't wait to talk again next week and do what we always do.
I survived Mardi Gras. That's all I need to do. That's all I need to do.
Stay alive. See ya. Thanks, man. We're on Twitter at VSI Doc Sports. Stuart Lake joins us next. We'll look at the Gamecocks and the Tigers.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today. Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth.
The Gamecocks are hoping to claim the dirt of the Palmetto State this weekend in the biggest series in college baseball. It is hour 2 of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, brought to you by our great friend Tony Pope, Tony Pope State Farm. If you head to TonyPope.com, you can shop whatever insurance needs you may have there if you are here in the beautiful Palmetto State or in the fake peach state of Georgia. Remember, they only produce 5% of the nation's peaches, and we produce 12. So technically, we are the peach state. They are not, but that's all right. We'll let them think that they're the best, and just like Clemson thinks that they're the best, even though they're not. To head to TonyPope.com, TonyPope.com. Here I am bringing Coach Lake into a bunch of shade, throwing shade at everybody. He's like, I don't want anything to do with this. Tonight in the upstate, it's a 6:45 airtime on the Gamecock Sports Network. This man right here will be on the call with our buddy Derek Scott. Carolina and Clemson will throw the first pitch. Aiden Canuck will, at least, at 7 o'clock, and the series will be underway. And, Coach, can't be more fired up for this one as we are every single year.
Yeah, I mean, one loss between the 2 teams. I mean, this is a big one for a lot of reasons. I think South Carolina a chance to start getting a little attention that they deserve, going 9-0 and the numbers that are being put up. And Clemson sure seems like they're trying to make a statement. At least all the press conferences feels like they keep trying to make a statement instead of, you and I both know this is always settled on the field. It's settled by the players. I learned that a long time ago. I'm so glad I did from Coach Tanner. Do we have a part of it as coaches? Yes, but all the hoopla leading up to this one doesn't mean that much. It's about, as you said, the guys on the mound and those guys tonight.
You know, I'm glad you said that. I was a little taken back by I saw the tweets the other night after the Winthrop game and Eric Bakich and some of the comments he made about the series. And instead of just reading or listening to tweets, I decided I would go watch the entire press conference in its entirety so I can make sure that I've done my due diligence instead of being an overreacting social media fan. I was a little, that's an interesting approach, focusing on this thing year round, Gamecock runs and all kinds of things. And then we talked to Monty, and I told Monty, I said, look, man, I'm not trying to tee you up and put you in a corner here. I would never do that. You know that. But I do find that interesting. And Monty said exactly what you just said, which is typical class from the Gamecock baseball program. This is about the players. It's always been about the players, and it'll always be about the players. And one of the things on that note too, Coach, is specific to Carolina going into this series. There are some homegrown kids on this team who at certain times in their careers felt a little slighted by that program in the upstate, number one. And then there are guys who actually played for that program in the upstate. You don't need to add any more juice to that drink. Just let them go play ball, and Maneri has handled that perfectly all week.
Well, not shocked by that. I mean, it's just Coach Maneri he's a guy, a baseball person, a baseball coach. Watch him, just the way he's handled things. I was on the radio this morning here in town, and he took his club up last night just so he could get comfortable, finding out what it feels like in that dugout, and got a little practice in last night. Kent Riker, the SID, was sending me videos, and I was jealous because it was so loose. They were having fun. And I promise you, this game will be won by the team that stays within its own personality. I think our personality as Gamecocks right now, we play really good infield defense. I've said it all along. Our outfield goes and gets balls and gets them in quick. There are no extra bases on our outfield. That doesn't mean we got 3 first-rounders in the outfield, but they go get the ball, they get it in quick. That stuff is taught. That doesn't happen by accident. And then we pitch. I mean, the numbers on the mound they're impressive. And everybody keeps saying to me, well, look who you played. Well, that's the only people we could have played. That's your schedule. It's not like everybody else has been playing all SEC or ACC teams too. So what you have to perform, but I do think the team that gets out of its character this weekend, gets too hyped, does all the stuff, I think it can be a detriment because errors, extra bases, I think is going to be the key. I don't think either one of these offenses right now are blow you out of the ballpark offenses. We look like one Tuesday night, but I don't think either one are. So it will come down to who makes the plays that they can make and who doesn't lose their focus and do something out of their character.
Tonight is, I think, has a chance to be an awesome pitching matchup. You've got Aiden Canuck, who will come into the game, and I don't think, and I think he would tell you this, and I think Clemson would tell you this, and I'm not saying anything other than what it is. I don't think he's pitched the way that they had hoped that he would pitch to this point. It's only 2 starts. I mean, we got a ways to go. Kid can throw hard. He's going to strike out guys. Carolina's strikeouts this year are down offensively, so hopefully that's a good thing for South Carolina. But Canuck, we know what he's all about, and we know what he's capable of being. And I think that maybe a lot of people are learning what Matthew Becker is capable of being for South Carolina. This is his 3rd opportunity to pitch on that mound at Doug Kingsmore Stadium, and he's going to get the ball tonight. He's a homegrown in-state kid who will carry a 2-0 record into the ball game with wins over Sacred Heart and Milwaukee. He's got 4 hits that he's given up in 11 1/3 innings pitched this year, Coach. 2 runs, both earned. One of them was a solo shot, just kind of the game was already out of hand against Milwaukee. And he's got 17 strikeouts. And how about this? 0 walks in those 11 1/3 innings pitched. So I texted you this morning. I said, if I could change places with anybody today, it would be Matthew Becker. Give me the ball and let me walk out there and try to quiet 6,000 people. But this is going to be, I think, a tremendous pitching matchup.
Well, I do too. I get real sophisticated. I have my notebook, and what I do with it is I match up guys beside each other that I think are important. Obviously, it's both starters. And when you're looking at Canuck, you go, wow, only 3 walks and 15 punch-outs already. Opponents hitting 235. Then I go over and I do Becker. Well, he's walked, as you said, 0, 17 Ks, opponents hitting 105. So he has done everything. Here's a cool thing about Matthew Becker. Billy Anderson's strength coach and I go back 100 years, it feels like. And I go over and I sit in the weight room a lot. And that's where I really, when I was coaching, I felt like I got to know guys in the weight room, see how they were working, see their attitude. They could talk to you freely. I still hang out in there because one of my favorite places to hang out with Billy and Dan. But Becker's sitting beside me in there for about 15 minutes on either Monday or Tuesday. And we're talking about, Mid-Carolina Chapin baseball. We're talking about stuff and then Billy looks at me and goes, hey, who's starting Friday night? And I said, no. I said, have y'all made a decision? And he goes, yeah, that guy. Then he just laughed and he goes, yeah, I'm throwing Friday night. And we went right back into talking about everything else. And I told Billy when Matthew left, he couldn't have done that 2 years ago.
Right.
He was just he was like a lot of us. When you come into this league, you're about yourself and you're about trying to get to that next level. All that stuff happens for you when you realize it's all about your team. And that's when you get to that level. And Matthew Becker, to me, probably the most mature kid, Dylan Eskew right there with him on his team. So if I can send that guy to the mound on Friday night, I feel like I got an advantage, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, how much does the fact that he's been on that mound a couple of times already, he's pitched in this series in that environment, how much does that play in here?
A lot. I went back, yesterday, Kent Riker and I, our SID, are sitting around, and I said, I don't wonder how many times I actually coached in this because I hadn't written it down. So I did, 31 times. I still remember the first few times because I was nervous to coach in the game. I grew up a Gamecock fan. First time they played Tiger Rag and you're in that game, it's a different feeling. And then I remember as the years went on, it was still always ultra important, but it wasn't the same. So for a guy to get to run out on that mound tonight who has been there, he's heard all the yelling out of their dugout, that's just going to be to him like, okay, here we go. It's a big deal.
Let's talk about the concerns of the offense of the Tigers versus Matthew Becker and the Gamecocks of the defense here. Coach, Listy, the leadoff guy, has got a hit in every game this season. He's having a tremendous start to the year.
Yeah. And
then you flip it to the bottom end of this lineup, and you got Jaron Purify, who's kind of a second leadoff guy, and that's why he's in that hole. PSA, for those that missed the top of the show, if Purify gets on, he's going. Carolina has not thrown a runner out this year, Coach. How about the run game of the Tigers versus the Gamecocks catchers and the ability of their pitchers to keep those guys close?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, they're 14 for 14, and against our catchers, I think it's 10 for 10. Now, we picked two guys off the other night, so you get some caught stealings that kind of start to add in there. But, yeah, it's the good thing, Matthew Becker left-handed. That's going to slow some stuff down. To really steal on left-handed pitcher, you either go first move,
right,
which means you can get picked, or you have to wait and make sure he goes, which typically is an advantage to the catcher. I've watched us enough in our practice. We will pitch out more in this series than you've seen all along. It just really hasn't been a reason to pitch out a lot, but I see this coming. And what makes you feel good as a head coach to call a pitch out is that our staff throws strikes. It's hard to pitch out when you're throwing a bunch of balls. So I do feel that we will try to really kind of maybe slow them down, if you will, with using some pitch outs. You'll obviously see Becker tonight throw over a bunch, but it'll be interesting to see, Lee Croy hopefully back there behind the dish tonight. Let's see how that matchup goes. But, we've stolen more bases than them. When's the last time you can say that? I mean, our team 18 for 20. And I told Coach Manier the other day, I know for a fact you've stayed out of 5 or 6 double plays by running, because I sit up there and watch the ground balls and it would have been double plays. So and those don't even get any credit. Right. So we're moving. This is a South Carolina team that's really forcing the issue for teams defensively.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And, the Tigers, look, and we'll flip everything over in just a minute to the Gamecocks offense, et cetera, et cetera. But, this game, you mentioned just a little bit ago, it's about the players. Every year in my lifetime, and every year pretty much ever in the history of this series that these games have been played, both teams have stars that everybody talks about going into it. And more times than not, both teams end up having stars that people will talk about coming out of it that maybe you didn't know were blooming, but they bloomed or they popped here. The two names that lead the conversation are Ethan Petrie. Again, we'll come back to him here in just a little bit. And Cam Canarella. And I was looking through Cam Canarella's numbers. He's a kid who's potentially a projected first-round draft pick in the Major League Baseball draft. Not a big kid, but a good one. He is hitting 269 on the season. That is respectable. There's no question about that. And they've only played 8 ball games, Coach. But a deeper dive into those numbers gives you a little bit of a different story, and it makes you start wondering, okay, what Cam Canarella are we going to get this weekend offensively? Of the 269, 6 of his 7 hits this year have come in 2 games against Arizona and against North Carolina A&T. Now, he had a big one against Arizona. He hit 3 doubles in that game of his 4 hits. And all the others, he is 1 for 15, and he has not hit a ball out of the yard yet. So baseball guys like you go, oh, well, he's due. Or how do we keep him struggling for another 12 at-bats before we get out of town?
We're going to put all the how do we keep him struggling on Coach Rooney. He's got all the video. Let's see the pitch count. But here's a little twist on the Canarella. So Sheldon Brown, who played for me, you know Sheldon, this past, I'm trying to think, it was summer, he started coaching at South Point High School. So he wanted to put on a camp to just bring in kids from that area to let them know baseball is going to be important at South Point High School, and invited me to come up and help him. He invited my son Hayden to work, his son Dion. Cam came over. Dion probably brought 4 or 5 guys from Clemson with him. We had just an incredible group of college-age guys that work with these youth-age kids. And I'm going to tell you something. That dude's a special dude. I'd never really got to be around him. And, you know, sometimes a guy gets hyped up. We'd all saw the catch. That was an incredible catch he made in that regional game or super regional, I forget which one. But he impressed me that day. That guy's got some makeup. He's got some personality. So I don't think we're going to shut him down on the weekend, to be honest. I think he's too good a player. Yeah. And I think that Coach Rooney will do a great job on how to attack him based on what he's seen on the video. But I'd love to sit here and tell you that kid is fake and that dude's a legit guy. And I guarantee you, when me and you are talking 6 weeks from now, we're in SEC play, you're going to say, hey, by the way, you know, Cam's now hitting 385, and because he's that kind of player. What we hope as Gamecock people, maybe he's got a little something wrong with him right now that takes about 3 more days to get better, because I really want to see him go on and be a first rounder, because that's how he impressed me, the way he interacted with me, my son, the kids. Sheldon Brown tells me a guy's got makeup. I don't even have to meet him, but he had. So that dude's a superstar kind of guy to me, who I hope has about 3 more days of trying to figure it out, and then let him do what I think he's going to do.
Yeah, do whatever you want to do starting Monday,
yes,
but not this weekend. Limit the damage, certainly. He's had a nice career against the Gamecocks, 8 of 21. He's hit 5 doubles, and in 2023, he won the Bob Bradley Award. He was the MVP of that series for the Tigers side of it. One other player that I want to make sure we mention here is the hottest hitter in the lineup. That's the third baseman, Tristan McClatty, a kid out of Georgia. He's a sophomore. He's 7 for his last 13 at the plate, and of those 7 hits, 1 has left the yard, and he's got a couple of doubles in there as well. What do you know about him?
Well, just a guy that computer screen. I hate computers, by the way. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Oh, I got 2. I don't like either one of them.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it going. The thing died on me the other night. I almost threw it out of the window at a radio booth. But just a guy that has bought into Eric Backage type offense. Okay. You're going to see those guys tonight. They are a lot alike in the sense of where they get in the box, how they approach their bats. They're kind of, I guess you could use the word pesky a little bit. So I haven't watched enough video for me and you to sit here and really try to tell you what I would do with him. But the video I have seen, he's a really good player. Mm-hmm. I'm excited. Derek and I are getting up there early because I want to really watch Clemson's BP. Yeah. And it was fortunate we could get out of town and get up there and do it, because I feel like I learn a lot about watching you in BP, and I know they get after it in BP. So you get to see a lot of guys taking ground balls and doing things. So Derek and I, as soon as you and I wrap up, he's coming by here and picking me up, and we're heading that way to kind of put our eyes on these guys a little bit.
They will face Matthew Becker, as we pointed out earlier, throwing a lot of strikes. In 11 1/3 innings pitched this year, he's tossed 146 pitches. 107 of those have been called strikes for the Gamecocks. That is an average, by the way, of 13.27 pitches per inning. That is flat out fantastic. I don't care who you're playing. The Gamecocks overall average about 16.5 pitches per inning as a group here through the first 9 games. Once again, fantastic for the Gamecocks pitching staff. Stay below 20, and they are well below it right now. And Gamecocks will look to continue to do that against the Tigers lineup this weekend, as you pointed out, that is feisty. And Eric Backett's teams generally don't strike out a bunch. They're gonna fight you, and we'll see what Becker brings to the table in his 3rd game up there in the Upstate. Coach, we'll hit a quick timeout, and very kind here, very kind, Jay Frew. He loves your color commentary. He doesn't love your color, just your commentary.
Well, I appreciate that.
He said you always keep it interesting, and he's got stories for days, man. So just listen, you'll hear. So we found out last week he was gonna date Jessica Biel, and he was Freddie Prinze Jr.'s acting coach.
Now, see that I never said I was gonna date her. I got home and Tracy's waiting on me. Oh, Jessica Biel. I said no. I said that was all just for the show. There was nothing there. That was. Jeez, oh Pete, you guys are getting me in trouble.
See, we're full of crap around here. Oh, man. All right, we'll hit a quick timeout. We'll bring the Gamecocks offense into the equation when we get back. But before we go, a reminder, it is baseball season. The weather is nice. If you're not going to be at any of the ball games this weekend, you will be sitting outside, maybe on your back porch or on a back patio or maybe on the front porch or in a garage or your man cave, right? If it's something outdoors, you generally have outdoor furniture, unless you're just sitting on tailgate chairs. But who wants to go get your outdoor furniture? Well, this might be the first time for many of you to be sitting outside because the weather's been kind of cold and rainy and dreary here and there. And you're going to go sit in that chair and you're going to get a splinter right in your rear end. And you're going to go, son of a, I need new stuff. That's where Palm Casual comes into play. Head to palmcasual.com. 4 locations here in South Carolina, soon to be one just across the border in Wilmington. Don't get your wife upset. She's uncomfortable. Her back hurts sitting down for a 3-hour game, listening to Coach Lake and Derek call the ball game on the radio. Don't upset the apple cart. Go get the good stuff. Head to palmcasual.com or go see them. They are Gamecock owned and Gamecock operated. And I've already gotten a text from the owner this morning explaining how Carolina needs to beat Clemson this weekend for his sanity. So he's like all of you. Palmcasual.com. We'll come back and look further at this ball game on the Carolina's offensive side when we return.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
You're tuned into Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston and part of the Chief Sports Network.
Don't cry for me when I'm gone. Just put a quarter in the jukebox and sing me back home. And tip your hats and raise your glasses of cold beer. They say country's fading, but just keep waving that flag around here. And I know it'll keep on coming back. Long as people pledge allegiance, where folks still pledge allegiance, I pledge allegiance to the hag.
It is Carolina and Clemson tonight in the upstate. We'll stay in the upstate and head to Greenville tomorrow at Floor Field, and then back home, 5 o'clock first pitch on Sunday at Founders Park. The Gamecocks since 2019 have won the series in odd years. This is an odd year for anybody wondering. Last year they lost the series 2-0 in heartbreaking fashion, as we all well know. Garrett Gainey was phenomenal in Game 2, and one pitch left the yard. Gamecocks fall in 12 to the Tigers 5-4 on that home run, and the next day they fall by the same score in the upstate. Did not play at Founders Park, of course, because of weather. However, South Carolina has lost 5 straight in Doug Kingsmore Stadium. The last time they won a ball game was 2019 up there. 2-8 in the last 10 games in the upstate as well, but they have won 2 in a row at Floor Field. And prior to that, had lost 4 straight at Floor Field. So that trend's been turned around a little bit. And in the last 10 years, 5-4 against Clemson at home at Founders Park. But this is the first time that they'll play on Ray Tanner Field. So keep that in mind. We'll have to start a new stat for that. Since losing 4 straight series from 2015 to 2018, in the last 6 years, this series is tied at 3 series apiece. But before we go any further, Coach, you mentioned something just a minute ago, something that I don't know about it. If anybody knows that this is happened with a former South Carolina player, I'll give you an opportunity to let us know what's going on.
Well, I just wanted to reach out. Josiah Seitler, who just recently played for us, got drafted, lost his mother this week, Miss Debbie. And it's
golly,
emotional for all of us because you get to know all the parents so well. And as we sit here and we name all the fun players, and this isn't, and I didn't mean to get emotional, I really don't. I just don't think we ever give the parents enough credit. These kids aren't special and they aren't this and that without parents and grandparents that get them there. And Miss Debbie was one of the most special. Think about this one, Jamie, 11 children. Josiah, I used to joke, and I hope I got this right because Josiah's going to correct me if I don't. When I started recruiting him and got to know him, Josiah was the 9th of her children.
Wow.
He then introduced me to her twins. Excuse me, I think Josiah was 11th. She had twins prior. I said, you had another one after having twins? She said, yeah, I love children. I wanted to have more. They had 11 kids. The Seitlers were such special people, and Miss Debbie had been fighting cancer for the last few months, and Josiah and I were on the phone today. And she has put in, and he's going to do it. Lou, this is typical her. Give to the Gamecock baseball. So we're going to really, anybody find out, reach out through me with the Gamecock Club. We're going to start doing that for them now so we can dedicate something in the future to Miss Debbie. So it's just going to go to our Gamecock Baseball Enhancement Fund. I'm going to run it for Josiah. They're doing her celebration tomorrow. So I hope with people watching this, if anybody ever wants to reach out, please just do. I'm at the Gamecock Club, and I hate to throw a number out here, so I'm not, especially this weekend. I don't have any more tickets, or they'd be calling me. I really want to make this special for her. She was awesome, and I wanted to let all of our Gamecock fans know that so they could reach out to Josiah. As he told me, tomorrow's going to be tough. It's her celebration of life tomorrow. And then, as I told him, we got so many great memories of her. We'll move forward. But I just want everybody to know that going into this weekend, because there was no bigger Gamecock and no better Gamecock parent than Miss Debbie Seidler.
Oh, gosh. You know, that I'm glad you said that, and I'm terribly sorry to Josiah and his siblings and his entire family. That is people, as you pointed out, man, people remember the players as players, right? But rarely do they ever focus on the fact that sitting behind them somewhere in the ballpark is mom and dad, or mom or dad, or whatever. I don't know her at all, but know plenty of parents and know what they go through when they're watching their kids perform. But I'll take your word for it. Seeing you speak so highly like that of somebody is really pretty incredible, Coach. So if anybody is, wants to get involved, or you can contact us too, and we'll forward them to you. Is that cool?
Yep, that'll work. And yeah, she's a Hall of Famer. So just wanted to get that in today. And, Sight said, hey, don't get sad on me. I didn't think I was, but I did when I told it. So let's then we'll get back to some funny stories. But I wanted to make sure everybody in the Gamecock family knew that.
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you passing that along. I'm sorry for the Seidler family. That's obviously we'll be praying for them. And I was actually just sitting here looking at Josiah. I mean, he played a ton of games against Clemson. The last time he played against them was in 2022, and did he hit a home run in that game? He did.
Yeah.
On March the 4th, he hit a home run against the Tigers and had 2 hits in that ball game. He had a hit in every game in 2022 against Clemson. So he had a nice little career against those guys.
Yeah, it's like we said at the beginning. I mean, we can try to make this about anything you want, but it's about those guys that play in the game. Yeah. And that's all it ever comes down to. You mentioned Mr. Bob Bradley's name, obviously for us, Tom Price. You start looking at the guys that have won that. Not only are there some really great baseball players that won it, those guys go on to be really successful with other stuff in their life. I remember coming up there one year and Brian Jeffcoat hitting 3 home runs in one game at Clemson. And I could just add stories of that forever. And I'm sitting here in the break wondering who's going to be our Tom Price Award winner, who's the MVP of the series for us. Got to think Ethan Petrie, the way he has just been so consistent. But I tell you another name, and when you and I get to the offense, we're going to talk a lot. I think Jace Woda has really changed what this offense looked like, and changed it in a matter of a week from Winthrop through Tuesday night. I mean, there's really about 6 or 7 days, whatever that is. I thought our whole offense changed because what he has brought to the table. And do you know his story?
Well, Monty, I mean, I know Monty found him in JUCO in, is it Iowa or
Lincoln, Nebraska? Yeah.
Nebraska.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Well, I called Billy because I hadn't ever really talked to him. I've yet to really get to talk to him besides saying, hey, good game. So I called Billy after the emotion of the Grand Slam last week. It just kind of hit me the right way. I just saw a guy that was excited, and I watched him the rest of the game. So I called Billy. Billy Anderson and I, after every game, call each other. Sometimes Justin Scurry gets pulled in, or Tyson Lust, but we all live about 20 or 30 minutes away. So we stay on the phone, which my wife, it blows her mind. Y'all together like 8 hours a day, and then you call each other on the way home. But that's baseball. You know that.
Baseball.
And I said, hey, tell me about this Woda kid. Because he had really kind of been – he had pinch hit or got a couple hits at Winthrop. And Billy told me the story. This is a guy that grew up in Lincoln, Nebraska, and fell in love with South Carolina baseball at like 8 and 9 years old. Because we start doing the math, 2010 to 2012, pretty good years for Gamecock baseball.
Yep.
And here's a kid living in Nebraska who really just became a diehard Gamecock guy, who went on to junior college, and then when got recruited, he calls this his dream school. So to me, that's cool stuff when you get that kind of stuff. And now I don't know. Coach Maneri don't shoot me the line up before he shoots it to anybody else, but I guarantee you that guy's in the 2-hole tonight and really has changed the way our offense looks.
Well, it's really interesting because we had Monty on the other day, and Will Crow co-hosts with us on Wednesdays, and Will asked Monty that. He said, do you think this is the best version of this lineup with that kid hitting in the 2-hole? And Monty said, that's a really great question because he's not your typical 2-hole hitter at all. Matter of fact, when he started getting rolling, when that ball that he hit out against Milwaukee right on that Friday night, I thought, well, okay, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so here we go, because I fully trust Kennedy Jones is going to be Kennedy Jones in the 4-hole. We know who's going to hit in the 3-hole, and I thought, and Maneri, he's been around the game a while, kind of knows what it looks like.
Yeah,
has put him there in the 2-hole. Like, let's give this kid more pitches to hit. Because everybody knows who's coming up in the 3-hole. They don't want this kid, so they're going to try to get him out. They're going to try to throw some strikes, get this kid out. And meanwhile, he's just bopping them all over the yard.
Well, I said it on the radio the other day. If you don't think pitchers have peripheral vision on the mound, only a few don't. And what I mean by that, if you don't think they see who's on deck, if you don't think they can see what their coach is doing, if you don't think they can see their bullpen, they see all that kind of stuff. Now, the elite guys, they may not. But the average pitcher knows Ethan Petrie's standing on deck. And if I screw around with this guy, then Ethan Petrie's got a chance of a 2-run homer or more RBIs. I think it's a great spot to hit because I think you're going to get pitches that you might not get later on in the lineup because that pitching coach is also looking across going, okay, I can't screw around with this guy. Because I got that guy on deck. So I'd have been fighting to hit second in this lineup.
Well, right now, Woyd is the second highest hitter in the lineup at 444. Again, a very small sample size here for anybody wondering. But of the 8 balls that he has put in play this year, 3 of them weren't in play very long. They went over the fence. And Ethan Petrie will come in hitting 452 on the weekend. Everybody knows about those guys right now.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Talmadge LeCroy. This is his weekend, if you ask me. He's going to start tonight. Maneri mentioned that yesterday. He will be behind the plate at least on Friday night. They haven't figured out the rest of the weekend. Talmadge LeCroy, just a couple of years ago, was the Tom Price Award winner in this series, Coach. His uncle played for that team in the Upstate. He's had success against that team in the Upstate. He's a senior. He's in charge. And on top of all that, when you get down to the actual baseball stuff, quite frankly, and the average doesn't do any justice, he has hit the ball really hard throughout the season. My hunch tells me this is where Talmadge LeCroy arrives in 2025 for this lineup.
And I would love that because his maturity and his presence behind the plate is the reason these numbers are talking about with the pitching staff. Not that it hasn't been with Bakes and different things, but Talmadge was the guy. And it really allowed those guys to settle in for those weekends. Got a couple of days off to kind of, maybe get his legs under him at the same time. I think they needed to know who else could go behind the plate, and I think they got some great answers seeing that, so you feel like you have more there. But I'm with you. I joked this morning, I think that guy could get on base twice if he went to the plate with no bat. He has just been he gets hit by pitches. He gets walks. His on base percentage and runs scored never reflected in his batting average. So I would be more than happy to say that name a bunch this weekend in this series.
Yeah, to your point, by the way, and this is in no shape or form any type of shot at Kennedy Jones, who's hitting 290 on the year, but his on base percentage is 389. LeCroy's average is 056, and his OBP is 393.
Yeah.
To back up everything that you're saying there. By the way, LeCroy in his career against the Tigers is 9 of 25 with a home run. That is a career 360 average against Clemson. We'll see how he performs this weekend. And then you got a couple of guys who are expected to be, well, we know one will definitely be in there tonight, Nathan Hall. He'll lead off. Naraki is expected to be in there too at second base.
Yeah.
Both played for the Tigers last year. We'll start with Hall here, who's at 433 on the season. And he's been pretty consistent in that spot since day one. Maneri identified him a long time ago and said, "This is my leadoff guy." I shook his hand, Coach. I don't know him, so I'm not going to sit here and say that I do. But he's a kid who was in that uniform in the Upstate. It was explained to me, and I know it was explained to you, he just, quote, needed a little love. And he's come here and he's developed. What do you I don't know if you've had conversation with these guys at all about any of this or not, but what do you think, or how do you think they will handle this moment returning to their former program?
Well, I would have to think it's hard. I came back here as an Ole Miss coach in SEC play. It was different when I came back with Citadel and Charleston Southern. I felt different then, but I came back as a real enemy with Ole Miss a few times, and it was hard to come back and have the same fans that were, yelling stew at you when you were coaching as a Gamecock, yelling some other things at you when you were coaching as an Ole Miss Rebel. So it certainly takes a little toughening of the skin. I joked with Billy Anderson this week. Me and him talked about this. I said, well, Naraki's got it easy. He's on the infield. You got to really yell from the outfield to get a guy's attention on the infield to call him a bum. But Nathan Hall, he got to stand out in center field. So I know he'll be the one verbally hearing the most. But I'm going to be honest with you. Those guys, they're going to handle it great baseball-wise. I just think with the transfer portal and what's going on in our game, this won't be the last for either team going whichever way. And sometimes, as you said, a little love, you just need a change. And maybe that coaching style fits you better than another coaching style. But I knew Nathan from Lexington. I mean, obviously with Brian Hucks over there, all the stuff that we do within the state with diamond prospects and different things over my career, going to events, Nathan Hall was one of them. Dude's always been a good player. And you said something, though, that I think is really cool. He became the leadoff hitter in September.
Yeah. Because
when I first started going to scrimmages, I didn't know he was going to be a leadoff hitter. I thought he might be a 2 or 3, 4, somewhere in there kind of guy, maybe even down. He's been the leadoff guy at everything I've ever been to.
Yep.
There was never been moving him. And I think he enjoyed that. And he is, as I do my hitters, their top guys, our top guys. I mean, that dude, he's hitting 433. And he was my third guy I wrote down, because of Petrie and Wojda in those averages. So I think he's got a shot. Be pretty cool if that's your Tom Price guy come Sunday.
Yeah, it sure would. I looking at these numbers after they played the Gardner-Webb game the other night, because obviously the numbers did go up with the offensive performance they had. But it took me back in time. And I remember in 2008 when Carolina swept the Tigers 4-0 that season. That was the year that Justin, Vaughn threw a slider, almost hit him, and he thought his best friend was trying to plunk him. And then the next ball that he threw, it actually, you believe it or not, we just found out about a year ago, it finally landed. Yeah. Matt Vaughn didn't, or he threw a fastball and almost hit Justin. They threw a slider and Smoke hit it, not out of the yard, out of the Upstate. They found it somewhere in Georgia. But I remember being at Doug Kingsmore back then, Coach, and right behind the dugout, and there were some Clemson people who were around where we were. And every time somebody walked to the plate, and you go back and you remember who was 1 through 5 in that lineup, and it's easy to, Reese and Drew Crisp and Smoke and Disher and Darnell, and you're like, but the guy that was by me, he goes, God, does anybody hit under 350 in this lineup? But that happens. It's early in the year, when you're playing some of these games and things like that. And so your numbers are spiked. But historically, when Carolina's got 3, 4, 5 guys hitting 350, 400, 450 through 8, 10 ball games, it kind of plays into their favor when you go into this series. And I don't know, you look at the numbers right now, maybe we're in that same spot, maybe we're not. Canuck is an interesting case here. He is a big league talent. He throws it really, really hard. The ball will leave the yard on him. He will leave one in there, and they will turn it around. He's given up 3 and 9 innings this year, Coach. What do you think, even though it was Gardner-Webb, what do you think Tuesday night did for this offense from a power standpoint?
Well, it certainly increased the confidence. But that night was the first time I felt like Coach Maneri may have push the button and challenging the hitters. Because the day before and the day of, you got to realize Gardner-Webb threw their best arm. He wasn't a starter. He had been their reliever. And Coach Maneri built this guy up to be whoever you want to say. I don't know. I am so concerned that our guys, and I could see our guys in BP. You know, I get over there early. It was a quiet, okay, dude ain't going to beat us. But I knew he was using that. And by doing that, it impressed me. That's what you want from an offense. I've had teams that I've challenged and then they failed, and you realize, man, we can't challenge. They don't handle that type challenge very well, so let's find another way. I thought the other night might have been, and it might have been the best weather also, you know, that really to hit. But I thought that really looked like, all right, this offense is starting to come together. You see who's in what spots. Lee Croy wasn't a part of that lineup, so I'm with you. I hope he becomes a big part of it. But I think it was a huge boost. You got to think, you got 12 home runs, you hit 5 of them Tuesday night. Right. And so that has to help your confidence and going in. And you're right, a home run early in this game by the Gamecocks could really throw fuel on that fire to get that going anymore. But I certainly think we'll have our share of home runs in this series this weekend.
Well, let me ask you this. They've hit 12 balls out of the yard this year. How many of them have been cheap?
Well, I'm just thinking, you mentioned the one Petrie hit into that wind that day. That might have been the hardest hit ball of the year. It may have cleared the hitter's eye on a windier day the other way. It might have cleared the whole thing, and it got caught right at the warning track. So, yeah, there hasn't been any cheap ones. I mean, there's not been one that I've said 5 feet further than the wall is, and they've all been 99 and up to 113. So, I mean, balls are getting hit hard.
It's really, you said something just a little while ago that I just could not agree with anymore. I mean, look, I get it. They have not played the most difficult schedule, nowhere near it in the country or anything like that. They've played the schedule that they had to play. I have watched every game that this program has played for I don't even know how many years, probably 2 decades or something. I've seen worse starts than this against less competition. And it's just the little things that you catch with a baseball eye, Coach. Are they hitting it hard? I don't really care. I mean, you do care if the ball's falling or not, obviously, clearly. But at the same time, are they squaring it up? We were talking to Monty the other day. You know, he was talking about A cuts and B cuts. We were talking about the Nathan Hall when he gets 2 strikes. If anybody notices, if you haven't, look tonight. If he happens, and I hope he doesn't, but if he gets 2 strikes on him, watch what he does. Watch the adjustment he makes. Watch his footwork. Spreads his feet out. He changed some things around. He did that the other night, and the ball left the yard. Kennedy Jones, some adjustments he's made. You know, they're focused on quality contact, and the strikeout numbers are way down, and hard hit balls are way up. And you're just not. Yeah, you're going to get some cheap ones, right, Coach? But the cheap ones are the byproduct of doing things the right way. They're not cheap because that's all you can get. Sometimes you get a cheap hit because you've earned it, and that's I think where they are offensively right now.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone, quote, struggle. I know the numbers, like you said, for, Talmadge, certainly not where he wants them. Some other guys would love to have, 20 points here, maybe there. But I've been very impressed and just very controlled. I've used the word with Ethan Petrie a lot, very unselfish swings. Mm-hmm. He could have came into this year and just said, look, dudes, I'm going to go after Justin Smoke's record. I'm going to probably hit at least 15 to 17 home runs not trying. So I'm going to just pull the ball, and you guys, good luck. I may strike out. He's been the exact opposite. He has just been a hitter. Some of his base hits, I'll text Kent, how fast was that? Because they've got the information in the booth beside us. Some of his base hits have been hit harder than the home runs. So, I mean, this is a team that hits the ball hard. I feel like this has a score runs mentality. I know I keep mentioning this, but just we move on the bases. It just kills me when we get on the bases and you sit there. We don't steal to steal. I know our steal numbers. We got 18 out of 20 stolen. But we're stealing to stay out of double plays. We're stealing to be on the move for a guy that puts it in play. That's why we went first to third a bunch. We've scored from first already. That's what I've really enjoyed about this offense.
Ethan Petrie last year had his 4th strikeout in his 4th game. And he had 4 through 14 at-bats last year. Yeah. This year, through 9 games, 31 official at-bats, Ethan Petrie has 4 strikeouts. Obviously, everything you just said is totally true. Coach, we got to hit one more Quick
Okay.
timeout. We'll come back and we'll wind this thing down and wrap it up and put a bow on it as Carolina and Clemson are set to play tonight. We are powered by our friends at Electric Bikes of Charleston. It's going to be 77 degrees tomorrow in parts of the state of South Carolina. Who doesn't want to be outside? And if you're not going to be in front of a television watching this game, we know you're going to have the radio on regardless. So if you want to just listen to it, take a little ride, head to electricbikescharleston.com, Electric Bikes of Charleston. Hello, Michelle Wilkins, one of the finest Gamecocks out there. I need to introduce you to her one day, by the way. She's a huge fan of Carolina baseball and all of what y'all do, her and her family. Great Gamecock. Oh, man, she's the best. She knows it inside and out. And so hello, Michelle, and thanks for supplying this state with something that keeps us healthy. Electric Bikes of Charleston, electricbikescharleston.com. More with Coach Lake when we return.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Brewer, his second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer, turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
This is Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Part of the Chief Sports Network.
Someday, lady, you'll accompany me where the rivers meet the sound and sea. Feel it in my soul, it's meant to be. Oh, someday, lady, you'll accompany me. Someday, lady, you'll accompany me. You will accompany me.
It's the final few minutes with Coach Stuart Lake. JC joins us as well. If you're gonna be sad when this segment is over, have no fear. Gamecock baseball is here. I came up with that all on my own during the break, Coach. 6:45. You get a lot of stew.
Give a cheer and have a beer. Carolina is here. Maybe we shoot a beer before we.
You get 9 hours of stew this weekend. Carolina baseball tonight at 6. That's more than your wife wants with you, right, Coach?
Yes.
6:45 tonight airtime. 1:15 tomorrow, and 4:45. Remember, guys, 4:45 airtime on Sunday. Coach, I want to ask you about tomorrow too. Ethan Darden's going to get it. He's 1-0 with a 1.80 earned run average. He's had a nice start to the year. 4 walks, 9 Ks, and 10 innings pitched. He gets old Jake McCoy, back-to-back lefties for Carolina going in the upstate Jake McCoy has 17 strikeouts through 9 innings this year. Came out of the game a little early last week. I know he wasn't happy about it, but Maneri said, well, we got to get guys in the game, so you're going to have to come with me so we can move you up next week and save your arm a little bit. But I'm fired up for Jake McCoy, an upstate kid who's here at South Carolina. He's got a chance to prove himself tomorrow as well.
Well, since we had a little Bob Seger before we turn the page on tonight's game.
See, that's why you're the best student.
Really think tonight is going to set up what tomorrow's pitching can be. And here's what I mean. Tomorrow it's left. So our lineup may change tomorrow when they go left, against this. Clemson's lineup, they get to stay the same because we go left right out of the gate. So it will be, I think, some different offense looking tomorrow. But I think there's going to be 2 young guys on the mound, both from South Carolina and, really in this area, really, that are going to be excited. And, tomorrow, Cade comes on with me. Derek comes back to do basketball. The funny thing is we do TV tomorrow. So they just simulcast us. And I've had so many people telling me this week in the meeting, you've got to just, you got to be right down the middle. Okay. I'll try my best to, so I'm excited to do that with Cade. And then we come back with Derek. That Sunday game, I keep telling people that's a 5:00 game. And a lot of people I don't even think had noticed that. Our women play at 2. Then we get to do this at 5:00. So man, should be a lot of energy in Columbia on Sunday too.
Yeah. Oh, yes, sir. You're right about that. Ethan Darden from Rock Thrill, South Carolina, the 6 foot, 180 pound Northwestern.
Yep.
Where my man Paige Wofford is.
Yep.
Anything on SQ? Have you heard? I know they've got TBA, but I also understand he's still in line to potentially go.
Well, I sound really professional here. We eat lunch about every day. It's Petrie, Stone, SQ to come over to the Rice. He threw his bullpen the other day and told me, said, Coach, you felt good. And I want to pitch against Clemson. So they're going to make the right decision for the team and for the future of Dylan. But I know that's a dude that's ready to go Sunday if they tell him take the mound.
Well, it's teed up. I'm not so sure what else we could do. I've given every stat and every trend and everything under the sun. Coach, will end it with this, something that you already said multiple times and that Monty said the other day right here in our program, and that at the end of the day, regardless of what Coach says what about whatever, it's about the players. As it always is in this series, it is about the players, and we'll see which players get it done starting this evening.
Absolutely excited, and that's what they come here to play for. That's why they go to Clemson. These are one of those series they enjoy.
It's the best rivalry in the country. Coach, safe travels to the upstate. I'm really looking forward to cutting you on at 6:45. I know my texts get old probably sometimes during the games. No. Just ignore them. I just have to text somebody with certain things. There's only so many people that I can go to.
I love it. Keep them coming. It helps me too. You see things that I may forget. So
No. Hey, man, thanks for all that you do. You're the best at it. We'll see
you
next week.
See you guys.
There you go. Stuart Lake, Derek Scott, 6:45 airtime tonight. JC, what are y'all talking about today? Carolina baseball?
Yeah, I got some baseball. Matt Anderson, the late night Gamecock, is in with us for the whole show today. Going to talk a little football. I'm going to talk about MLB TV hitting my bank account for $150 today, and I forgot to cancel it. So stupidly bought it last year. So anyway.
Oh, man.
Well,
I heard we can watch the Braves this year, right? I mean,
I did it so I could watch the Braves, and I was like, oh, they came out with something cheaper.
Right.
I don't even know if that would be cheaper at $20 a month as long as baseball is. But
it's not.
So I was just like, but anyway, so I get all the games again. If you guys want my login, let me know.
Now that
I don't use it as much as maybe I should, but yeah, and you can't get the White Sox on it either. It's local, because you can get you can get every radio broadcast, and sometimes on a nice day, having a soda on the port, it's nice to just turn on a baseball game and listen to it on the radio. So.
It's one of the reasons I maintain my Sirius subscription.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah, radio.
My truck came with it though. So
I love Sirius XM radio, man. Mm-hmm. There's no question about that. Well, Coach Lake just answered a lot of questions, or answered one big question for a lot of people pertaining to the broadcast tomorrow. You get the best of both worlds. You get Lake and Cade on TV. So that'll be good. And for Tiger fans that don't like that, nobody cares. You know what I'm saying? Nobody really cares, Phil.
Yeah, something tells me the ACC didn't, offer any directives to their radio booth today because they're going to be on the national broadcast. So we'll see how homerish it is, and then they can just match it.
That's right. I know that Whittle and Matt are standing by. We'll get out of here and with a reminder: 3-3. This series tied in the series in odd years since 2019, but just 2-8 in the last 10, and they have lost 5 in a row at Doug Kingsmore Stadium. They're going to try to get that trend turned around tonight, and they've won 2 in a row at Flora Field. It's the best rivalry in the country. We've done everything we could possibly do on the morning show this week to cover it with Stuart Lake and Jim Toman and Monty Lee and Will Crow and Grayson Griner and John Whittle and so many others, and we hope you've all enjoyed that. We hope you enjoy your weekend. But up next, hope you enjoy Mad Dog and Schubert. I'll see you. Y'all have a great show. I'll see you boys Monday morning at 10.
Sounds good.
See you.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around, all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. Firing up now for Friday, final Friday of February. Brings us around to the biggest rivalry in all of college baseball, which we're very excited to have. Of course, the best in the business, John Whittle, here with Mad Dog, JC, and of course, the late night Gamecock, Matt Anderson, in with us to help co-host all day. Welcome in, John. We're all, after talking about it for a week, ready to see what actually gets going up at Doug Kingsmore this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great week of build up, I think, and certainly ready to get it going tonight. It's a very intriguing series for sure. I think you wouldn't know it by looking at the D1 baseball projections. They've got every single one of them have Clemson winning the thing this weekend. And I mean, to be honest with you, like I've felt like Clemson is going to take the series as well, but I feel a lot better about South Carolina today than I did maybe a week ago. So we'll see. Usually in a rivalry series, you see some split opinions, but it's all leaning towards the Tigers right now.
Well, John, Stuart filled us in on this, but want to get your take on it. The Dylan Askew situation, pitching Sunday, perhaps. I know it's a TBA. According to the official release, but just give us the latest that you've been hearing on old Dylan. And Stu said it sounded like he's ready to go, but give us your perspective.
Yeah, that's what I've heard as well. I think it's one of those things where you just want to get to Sunday and be sure everything's fine. Like Paul Maneri said, Dylan threw a bullpen on Wednesday and everything felt good. And that with pitchers, sometimes it's the next day when things start feeling a little bit different or not quite right, or or pain or what have you. And, those press releases were put together with that in mind, I'm sure, in terms of the official announcement of the rotation. So I think you want to give yourself a little bit of wiggle room, but with Dylan Eskew, I think you'll see him on Sunday.
Matt Becker's going tonight for the Gamecocks. He's got a really good start. Happy for him because I like Matt as a person. His mom listens to our show too, but even if she didn't, I'd still like Matt as a person. I've met him a couple times. Good to see him get going early. Clemson is starting someone named, and I say that because I admittedly not watched a lot of Clemson baseball. I followed their score. Aiden Knack, is that how you say it? Knaak, or is it?
I think it's Canuck. I think there's a hawk in there.
Canuck. Okay.
I was actually on the Clemson website looking at the roster, and they do in their own voice. They have the pronunciations in there.
So it's Canuck.
It's Canuck.
Aiden Canuck. Well, that's a kind of cool name. It's better than Aiden Knack. Aiden Knack's kind of hard to say. But he's 1-0 with a 6 ERA. What's your scouting report?
Really good. Preseason All-American. He's at times not been he's lost his command a little bit, but that doesn't mean throwing a lot of balls. It means that he's left some pitches there that are hittable. Sometimes I think we all sometimes forget that if you lose your command, it doesn't mean that it's always throwing balls out of the zone. Sometimes you're leaving them in the wrong spots in the zone, and I think that's been his issue a little bit at times this year. He's given up 3 home runs already, but he's also got 15 strikeouts in those 9 innings. So he can get some swings and misses as well. But he's a preseason All-American. He's supposed to be a dude. Like he's one of several Clemson guys who probably hasn't gotten off to the start this season that they were anticipating. So that's one thing about this weekend that you figure is going to tip the scales one way or the other for Clemson or South Carolina. Like, does Cam Canarella get it going? Does Andrew Shufo get it going? Does Luke Gaffney get it going for them? Like, if those guys start playing up to their capability, Clemson is probably in a better spot to win this thing. But if they don't, if South Carolina keeps holding some of those guys down, if some of their dudes just don't perform as the dudes that they are, then South Carolina's got a much better chance of winning this thing.
Hey, John. Hold on.
We're all in here.
I just got to apologize to the audience. Not only was that I didn't know who he was. He's a preseason All-American. Perhaps if I'm going to talk about this sport, I need to maybe read more about it other than Carolina. And I'm sorry for that. That was the worst question I've ever asked in the history of me being on the air.
But don't apologize. That's why Whittle's here. Listen,
it's like covering the Red Sox back in the day about who is this Wade Boogs? First baseman. Tell us about him.
Former South Carolina signee Wade Boggs.
Right.
Yeah, no doubt.
Found out Jose Bautista was also a former
Jim
South
Tobin
Carolina
told that
signee
story.
last year.
I'm going to shut up and pass it to Matt or Phil. Let them ask more questions
go ahead, Matt.
about this series.
Hey, John, good to see you, man. So with the way that Clemson and South Carolina are coming into this series, knowing that Clemson's, top 25 in the country, 13th in the country, played some high quality teams, got some wins, 2-1 against the top 25. Is this a situation where if Clemson continues to play the way they have, South Carolina still needs to elevate themselves to win this series? Or is this something where you've seen that, if the Gamecocks keep playing like they have and Clemson keeps playing like they have, like it's anybody's series?
Yes, it's a good question. And, I usually wait and form opinions until after this series for South Carolina about the team, just because, South Carolina doesn't usually play great competition before this. And usually the same can be said about Clemson. But as you noted, Clemson's played some really good teams. So I feel like they probably have a little bit better feel for, how they're going to go against high level competition than maybe South Carolina does. So, I don't think that South Carolina could be in a better spot right now than what they are in terms of in terms of how they're playing going into this. They've played some lopsided games. They've played some nut crunchers, and they've come out on top on all of them so far. Brendan Sweeney's been in some tough spots. He's got 3 saves, which only one person in the country has more than that. But most teams aren't playing very many 3-run games right now. So I think you learn a lot about this South Carolina team this weekend. I don't know if South Carolina needs to elevate their play. I think they're playing pretty well. I just think we'll have to see how it stacks up. And that's as a team. Certainly there are guys who haven't played quite as well as is expected. Like Kennedy Jones, his numbers look fine, and he's done some good things. He's not playing poorly, but he's not playing up to his capabilities right now. Thomas Jacory isn't playing up to his capabilities right now. Some of these guys might be playing a little bit over their heads, so to speak, too. So, this is a weekend where you really start to kind of learn who your team is and how they react in certain situations, especially against top competition. And but I think South Carolina is in a pretty good spot going into this.
I like that. Looking at, we've talked a lot about the starting rotation for Clemson. Whittle, what do we know about their bullpen? Are they quick to, pull the trigger because they know they got some arms in there, or what are the Gamecocks up against if they are able to, get some high pitch counts on these starters?
Yeah, I mean they've got a few guys that they like to go to. Lucas Malstead is kind of their closer. He's got a couple of saves so far this year as well. He's not your high velocity prototypical closer type guy. He's very much a weak contact kind of guy, but he does have 6 strikeouts and 4 2/3. But he doesn't walk anybody. He's only given up a couple of hits. Joe Allen, he might end up being a closer at some point for them. He's more of your prototypical hard throwing guy, and had a good outing the other day against, I think it was A&T maybe. He's got 6 strikeouts and 3 1/3. And then you look at some of the other guys that they typically go to, a BJ Bailey, a Drew Titsworth, a Jacob McGovern. Like, to me, I don't know enough about them to speak definitively on them. I think that Lucas Malstead and Joe Allen are both going to be really good. And Titsworth has been too in the past, and has been good so far this year. But I like the depth of South Carolina's pitching staff in general a little bit more, I think, and we'll see how that ends up playing out. But especially if Dylan Eskew can go, I think South Carolina's got a little bit of an advantage on the mound.
Yeah, it's so interesting, John, because everyone said it, but everyone gets so excited for this weekend series, and especially since it moved to the weekends and moved off the weekday games. And I think right now South Carolina fans are flying high. They haven't had a lot to crow about since football season. Even the women's basketball team has kind of let them down a little bit, which is crazy to say because they're still pretty daggum good, pretty elite. But what are you expecting in Doug Kingsmore Stadium tonight? You think there'll be a lot of Gamecocks there? I've never gone to a road Carolina Clemson game. Did the Gamecocks travel well?
Yeah, I mean they travel pretty well. You'll be able to hear a few out there. I mean, Doug Kingsmore isn't as big as Founders Park, and so it's a little bit tougher ticket in some ways, and they stay they're pretty excited in general about their program. So I imagine the Clemson folks will be holding on to their tickets and not selling them to Gamecocks. But if Ethan Petrie or somebody hits a home run, you're going to hear a few cheers from the several hundred Gamecocks. And if Nathan Hall hits a home run or Nolan Naraki hits one up there tonight, you're going to hear a lot of boos, I think. So we'll end up seeing how that goes. But it's always a great environment, regardless of the venue, whether it's up there, down here, or somewhere in the middle.
The Cajun Cafe, man, I've always kind of wondered about that. Then I realized they stole their football stadium from LSU, the name of it. So maybe they're just obsessed with Louisiana. Hey, Clemson fan,
Well,
that, like Hartwell, it's not a swamp. It's not a bayou. I think the Army Corps of Engineers built it.
Well, I
made
like it
nuclear
when
power.
I like it when the wind is blowing in from right, because you get a good whiff of the of all the food that they're cooking out there, and my gosh, it smells so good. But yeah, I'm not going to argue that point with you, JC. I will say that they got the grill going pretty well out there, though.
That'll be yeah. I'll talk about all that later. I'll bring that up after you get off, because I know you're stressed for time. So what's the key tonight for the Gamecocks to get off to a good start? Obviously, I think from what I've read this week, they're, like Stuart said earlier, there's nothing. Some of the guys may not be happy with their number so far, but Monty Lee and he both said this week they don't think this team's struggling at the plate. What say you, and what's the key to really having a good offensive weekend for the Gamecocks?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a few guys who are struggling pretty mightily, that are bringing the team numbers down a little bit. I mean, if you look at some guys individually, like a lot of these guys are playing, pretty well, especially from an offensive standpoint. So, I think you've got some guys on each end of the spectrum. I mean, you've got and I'm not trying to call them out, but I mean, you've got Tommy Jacory down there hitting at 0.56, and Henry Casmar down there at 1.72, and those numbers are dragging the team numbers down. I mean, you look at Clemson's offensive production, and they're not happy with their offensive production in general. And they've got, I mean, the guy in their starting lineup who's hitting worse is hitting 231. So he's not bringing down the team numbers, kind of like couple of Gamecocks are. But South Carolina's got 12 home runs already this season. Clemson's down there at 6. Nobody has multiple home runs. I mean, I think you're just looking at a couple of different offensive teams right now, and kind of the way they do things. I'm not overly concerned about South Carolina offensively. There are certainly a few things that you'd like to see improve a little bit, but I didn't hear what Stuart said, but from the way you're painting that picture, I mean, I think I feel like I'm kind of in that same boat.
Looking at LeCroy, John, Stuart very complimentary of him behind the plate, and of course, a good catcher helps to make, an excellent pitching staff. Critical even. I mean, you got to have somebody good back there, but he has yet to throw out anybody stealing a base. And Clemson is going to put some pressure on him. Are we kind of expecting, him to be able to handle that? I know Purify is one that if he's on, he's going to run. And a couple of others on there. I think, what have they got? Have they stolen 18 bases this year? Is that
14?
14.
They're 14 of 14.
Yeah, 14 of 4. That's right. But what are expectations there? I know, it doesn't seem like the bat is getting into his head, at least, behind the plate. But how important could that be looking ahead?
Yeah, I mean, it is certainly something to note. I've got a piece I'm finishing up. Right now that is just some thoughts on the series, and that's one of them that's in there. Is South Carolina's got to do a pretty good job of managing the run game, and that falls on the pitchers as well to be able to hold some guys close, and yeah, like Talmadge has struggled throwing out runners. He's also got a little bit of a issue, I think, with his right hand. I saw it taped up pretty good yesterday, and he's had a couple of games off. It's not going to be an ideal situation for the Gamecocks this year. I mean, it's just not. But it's a team deal too, and not just on the catcher. The pitcher's got to do a good job of holding runners and being quick to the plate, varying their looks, and it's going to be on everybody. And if they don't get on base, they can't steal either. So
right.
So that's part of it as well. Maybe just keep them off base, and then you don't have to worry about stolen bases so much. But you're right. Purify and McClatty are both really good. Canarella has been incredible in the past at stealing bases. I don't think he's done that quite as much in general since he got hurt. On a slide. But he hadn't stolen a base this year, but it's certainly something to monitor. As somebody said to me, before the season, if teams are stealing 6, 7, 8 bases a game on us this year, then we got bigger problems. And if we have a catcher who can't throw all that great, so I think it's certainly something to note. And South Carolina's coaches are going to have to do a good job too of influencing the game a little bit as well in terms of positioning and, maybe calling a pitch out in the right spot. There are various ways to manage that. Okay.
Hey, John, another quick key to the game. We mentioned that Clemson only has 6 home runs on the season. I think you mentioned that stat. So not many. Traditionally, Carolina has been under Ray Tanner, going back some years now, but kind of a three-run home run kind of put points up on the board type baseball team. Is Clemson traditionally under Bakich and, overall, are they a team that the Gamecocks have to worry about a lot of home runs leaving the yard?
Not in general. That's not really what they've built themselves on. Of course, they brought in Luke Gaffney, a first baseman transfer from Purdue, who they thought was going to be a big bopper and probably will be, but he hasn't been yet. They've got a couple of guys who can get the ball out of the park, and ever since moving their fences in however many years ago, it's not a huge park, so they can. Any team can get the ball out of there pretty decently. Clemson's given up 12 home runs too, in addition to only hitting 6. So it's not like the ball's not flying for in those games. So, that's not a staple of their program, but they're certainly not turning their nose up at it either. Bakich wants to have athletic players who can steal some bases too, and those don't always go hand in hand in terms of having a power guy and a guy who can run and be athletic. But they certainly have some guys who can get it out of the yard. They just haven't done it a whole lot this year.
I remember when you were on the late night show previewing the season, you said you were a little shaky about the defense, especially, in important spots. And looking at the Gamecocks defense so far, outside of a couple errors, looks like they've played pretty well. Is that surprising you, or is that them playing to, what they should have been doing in the fall and in the spring?
Well, I became a lot more comfortable with it, with the defense in the preseason, and watching them. I was concerned coming out of the fall, but Ethan Petrie has been miles better at first base than he ever was, and KJ Scobie is, after leading the team in errors, I think he had 7 or 8 in the fall. He's been money ever since coming back and getting healthy too. He missed the first week and a half or so of team practice with a foot injury, and he's been awesome. And catcher's the other position I was worried about a little bit. And Talmadge has done fine back there from a blocking and receiving standpoint, so he's done pretty good from that standpoint. So defense, you can't turn your nose up at anything these guys have done. I missed the game against Queens where Petrie had a couple of errors. Talmadge has a catcher's interference, which counts as an error. Nolan Naraki's committed 2 errors, but everybody else has been pretty darn clean. So, I think that it's been – I think that's been one of South Carolina's biggest pluses so far this season, and certainly been very key in winning some tight games. South Carolina's played 4 of their 9 games at 3 runs or less, and if you're making errors or giving away bases or what have you, that's going to impact those types of games, and they've been great from a defensive standpoint, all around the diamond.
Yeah, what's your I know you got to run, John, but what's your prediction on the lineup that we'll see trotting out at Doug Kingsmore tonight? I think everyone's been super impressed with Jace Woda and what he's been doing lately. Do you think he's found his way into everyday lineup?
I think so, but certainly tonight, with the right-hander going on the mound, Jace has 3 home runs. I think the biggest question with him is, whether or not he's going to hit that high-end velocity, which you're going to see more of, in the Clemson series and in the SEC series. And, obviously that's a big question for for a lot of folks. But I think the bat speed will tell a tale there. But I can't imagine him not starting tonight against the right-handed pitcher. And they got two lefties going on Saturday and Sunday. We'll see how it goes from there. But he absolutely deserves to start. He's got 3 home runs. He's second on the team in batting average. He's done everything you can ask for out there, except for swinging at a bad pitch on a full count. They got a runner thrown out at second as well. So, but he's done a great job, and he should certainly be in there at DH. And I think the rest of those guys are pretty standard with LaCroix at catcher, Petrie at first, Naraki second, Kazmer short, and Scobie at third. I do think you'll see Kennedy Jones starting out there in left field, and obviously Nathan Hall in center, and Dalton Mayshore most likely in right. But they could get a little bit frisky and put Blake Jackson out there. He's been through the rivalry before and has made a couple of starts. And but I think they go with Jones in left and Mayshore in right.
Who are you looking at, Whittle, as we move forward to kind of take the reins this weekend and catch that Tom Price Award?
That's a great question. It usually goes to a position player because they can influence, multiple games, and it would be foolish to pick anybody other than Ethan Petrie. But sometimes when we're talking about things in the press box, we say, okay, leave out Ethan Petrie. Who would be the other choice?
Right. Yeah.
And there are 2 guys who come to mind apart from Ethan Petrie, and one's Nathan Hall. He's been awesome for the Gamecocks this year. Not only in what he's done in terms of his hitting, but he's cut down his strikeouts tremendously, which has been kind of a bugaboo for him in the past. I think he's playing with a lot of confidence right now, and I just think he feels good about himself, and he's going to be going back up to a place where he played for a couple of years and made I think 20 starts, maybe right in that range. And I just think that he's in a really good space mentally. And if you think about a pitcher, like, there's nobody pitching on either roster right now better than Matthew Becker. And he's been in this. He's a veteran. I love what he's doing on the mound right now. And I'm pretty sure he's thrown a good game up there before. I think he shut down the East Cobb Astros back there when he was 16 years old, pitching on the field at Doug Kingsmore Stadium, and I think he's thrown a clean inning up there on that field for the Gamecocks as well. So, 17 strikeouts, no walks, and he's ever since he set foot back on campus in August, he's been a leader of this team. And it would be a really nice story for him to grow up a South Carolina guy, South Carolina fan, and go up there and pitch the game of his career. So, maybe he's the guy too. But if you look past Petrie, I'd circle either Matthew Becker or Nathan Hall.
Love it. Yeah, definitely pulling for Becker. He's a family favorite here. So and he couldn't meet a better kid too. So he's great. Mm-hmm.
John, let's get on the road, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you got to hit the road.
Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta finish up this story real quick for the Big Spur, then hop in the car and head on up 26.
Tease the article. What's it going to be? Is it what's it going to be about?
It's just some final thoughts to the game, some little bullet point nuggets on some things that are maybe a little bit deeper than the surface level stuff, and just some thoughts I have going into it.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
Nice.
I'm sure everybody will read it. And on your way up, you should really check out that Jim Toman interview from yesterday.
It's great.
It's pretty hot.
It's fun.
He was live from a KFC in Lynchburg, Virginia.
That doesn't surprise me a bit. Having spent a couple of days around Jim Toman, on opening weekend, I had the full Jim Toman experience there for a couple of days, and it was pretty incredible. So maybe I can get another round of it on the way up and listen to the replay. So I saw you posted that on the board today, and I'll have to go pull that back up.
Yeah,
it's,
man. All right,
definitely lives up to the hype.
have a safe travels, my friend, and enjoy the series this weekend.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, John. John
Okay,
Whittle of the Big Spur. We call him the
See you,
best in the
Whittle.
business for obvious reasons.
Yeah,
But
I know what you mean.
let's hit a break here, guys. Where
Hit a
do
break,
we
yeah.
want to? We want to talk some.
Well, let me
hoops
tell
after we get
everybody
back,
about
or-
Encapsulate USA.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm glad you
I've
said
got to
that.
pay the bills, and
Well,
I'm kind of with Mike. I like to do it before the break so we can jump back into the stuff.
No, I'm with you.
To the
Jump
real deep, you know what they say in what's that, Tropic Thunder? The real deep, stuff. The real deep stuff. EncapsulateUSA.com. Mike Morgan and myself, Mike. We know this guy that runs this company. We tried his product. It has been a game changer as far as mental brain health, I guess, mental clarity, all those things that other supplements will tell you works. This actually works. I was surprised, actually. I'll be honest. I was not a believer, but I believe now. If you use code JCM, you get $10 off your first order, free shipping over $60. That's EncapsulateUSA.com. Proud sponsors of Coffee, Inside the Gamecocks, the show, JC and Morgan, yada, 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 everything. So just be sure to, if you're in the market for supplements, you want to start feeling better, check it out. I would say you would probably be happy. Anyway, we'll be right back after these messages inside the Gamecocks show. We're going to get into a number of topics with the late night Gamecock and Mad Dog on a Friday. We'll be right back.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. When we give 30 days to do anything, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. Got Matt Anderson in, the late night flair here, co-hosting with me and JC. Excited about baseball. Maybe not quite so much about hoops, but since we've got you here, Matt, we'd be remiss in not mentioning basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Derek on the morning show said yesterday, that in that Missouri game, and you could kind of tell in Coach Paris's post-game comments that the team just looked like they had reached this level of acceptance that, kind of lends itself towards some complacency when they were just getting their asses handed to them on the court. And that's not necessarily what you want to see. So what are you looking for in these last 3 games out of this group?
It's been a tough season. I guess I'll start beginning to get to where I expect them to go from here. Looking at them right now, Ken Pom had them projected as a mid-60s team in the country. Right now, they're 80th in the country. Evan Mia, 84 right now. Bart Torvik, 85. And then the net ratings, 91st. So what's really difficult, I think, for Gamecock fans and coaches and the players to accept is, like it or not, this team is still a top 3rd team in the nation overall. They've just played a very, very challenging schedule. And the schedule, the way it started, the heartbreaking losses, to battle back, to continue to find ways to stay in games. They had opportunities to pull off multiple wins against top 5 teams in the country. Even the Vanderbilt game, they probably should have lost early in the first half. They fought back in the second, took a lead, another heartbreaker. I think that once they got that win last weekend against Texas, it was a little bit of breathing a little bit easier. We're not going to be an 0-8 team. We're not going to be an 0-19 team. It was a recipe for disaster going on the road to Missouri, 9:00 tip, traveling halfway across the country. Missouri just felt what the Gamecocks are feeling right now. And, I'm sure there was some message by Dennis Gates to say, look, they got one, don't let them get 2. And they came out there, and it's one of those things where I'm sure at some point in that game, the coaching staff was challenging the Gamecocks to don't let them score 100, don't let them score 90, and it kept going higher and higher, and there was just no willpower left for them. It was an ugly game that I kind of felt like was going to happen. I thought it would be more of a 15-point loss than a 30-point loss.
Right.
But I mean, it's just looking forward. I mean, they got a hungry Arkansas team coming in right now. Arkansas is trying to find their way back to, they're probably in the NCAA tournament right now, and they started in the same place South Carolina did. I think Cal has really got his players motivated, and I'm not saying the Gamecock players aren't motivated, but, this is, win or go home scenario for Arkansas pretty much the rest of their games. And Coach Cal is one of the biggest motivators in the sport, especially with young, impressionable minds like he always tends to have on these Kentucky teams. So really, I want to see the Gamecocks have a good effort. I don't want to see a blowout. That some of these guys, and I remember when my brother played college basketball, they won the conference 2 times one time while he was there, and then the year after he left. But those first couple of years were tough. And a lot of times those guys were planning their spring break trips. They were not wanting to go to the NIT if they had a chance, because they wanted to go to the beach. They were just tired of losing, and they weren't winning. And, they wanted to go see the girls and have fun and be away from the coaching staff. And that might be where this team is right now. I've said it all season. I think that, with the round pegs and square holes that this coaching staff has worked with this year, to have some of the almost success that we've seen is probably one of Lamont Parrish's best coaching jobs, to hold this team together as long as he has. Good coaching job. Now, we can say whatever we want to say about the offseason and the guys they went after. Did they fit the system, and did they go find the right guys? I can tell you that this team looked really, really good in a secret scrimmage against NC State. And at the time, I was told they waxed them pretty thoroughly. And look at NC State. They're not a very good basketball team right now. So, what does that really tell you? But Colin Murray-Boyles has been sensational. I think that Eli Ellis, his interview with John Whittle the other day that John posted on the Big Spur was great. And I think Lamont Parrish needs more of those kinds of guys that, would lose their right foot to avoid another loss. And, they're going to have to go out and regroup after the season, but the season's not done. And, I got to see them get off the mat one more time this weekend. And then 2 more games, and it's the conference tournament. And, we've seen crazier things happen, but it seems like a lost season. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's disappointing because lots of coaches have come through here and had good seasons. Even I don't think there's a single one that has not had a good season except Steve Newton since McGuire left. The issue's been sustaining it, building on top of it. The bottom always seems to drop out. To Frank Martin's credit, he at least kept the program competitive within the league, which is something no other coach was able to do. I don't know. Is this a one-off to get it back? It's college sports in 2025. It's possible with the way rosters turn over, but I think this. I think people do talk about coaching, and I heard I actually clipped your comment. I think it's up on our Instagram account right now about Lamont. And I don't think the coaching's been a problem at all. I think he's actually a really good coach, and have this group in the game with some of the best teams in the country is a testament to the ability to coach.
Yeah.
That said, I look at, I do think you mentioned square peg and round hole. I think not only that, there are some guys that literally, to use a horse racing, spit the bit this year that were supposed to be better. And a lot of them are worse. I mean, a lot of them are worse. A lot of them are worse. I'll just repeat that 3 times for emphasis there. Even role players that were good role players last year are worse, probably because they're trying to do too much.
Yeah.
I think my theory is, if you look at last year's team, very good basketball team, fundamentally sound, ran into some matchup nightmares that were games where they just could not compete. Auburn being one. I think Oregon in a lot of ways was another one. And it was because of athleticism down low, interior defense, and just getting out athleted. And that's going to happen in SEC quite a bit when you play an SEC team. I think in the desire to solve that, you wreck the whole thing. In other words, like Jamari Thomas is a much better athlete than Talon Cooper. Much better. It's not even close. Athlete. But he's not the style of basketball player that fits here at all. And he doesn't play under control, and he shoots way too much. And I know he's one of the few that score. You can go through all these guys. Zach Davis was supposed to be much better. And I
had Zach Davis pegged at like 12.7 rebounds a game.
Yeah.
A couple
I
steals.
mean, Arden Conyers shows signs of life, but like a typical first-year guy, he's back and forth. The only guy on the court that's gotten significantly better outside of Conyers, who obviously he's playing instead of not playing, has got better, is Morris Ugasu.
Yeah.
And Colin Murray Boyles. But Morris, Mo was supposed to be a role player at best this season, not your guy. Cam Scott, we don't need to talk about that one. And Nick Pringle probably needs a better supporting cast to be really effective. I don't know that he was ever going to come in and be what he was. And so you have all those things have happened. You get off to a bad start. That first game, most of the time you lose the first game, you can always rally. Right, Matt?
Yeah.
I don't feel like they ever rallied. I think you had a high water mark when we beat Clemson, and then some of the same habit developed in the pre-conference continued. And it was just hard to kind of right the ship. And it really was a series of unfortunate events. A lot of times fans, and I'm guilty of this, you always want to blame one thing. Oh, it's bad coaching. Or wait a minute, it's either coaching or it's players. It's a vicious stew of everything that was concocted by a series of unfortunate events. I mean, expect the unexpected. And oh, by the way, the SEC is a complete bloodbath this year. I mean, ask Parker Moser in Oklahoma about how tough the SEC. Ask Rodney Terry at Texas how tough the SEC is.
It's, going back to your point, though, of like coaches having, at least 1 year of success at South Carolina. I bet unless y'all watched the show a couple of weeks ago, you might not know this. Darren Horn has more SEC wins in his first 40 SEC games than Lamont Paris or Frank Martin. And Lamont Paris has more than Frank Martin. which is really crazy to think about because, I thought that Frank inherited an absolute dumpster fire. And normally you do when you're a first-year head coach, you're usually inheriting something that someone got fired for putting together. And it was just interesting to me because I looked at the schedules too. And this year in particular is a really tough schedule. But in those years, Darren Horn played some tough schedules. Frank Martin played some tough schedules. Lamont Paris, that's a new one. Frank Horn has an SEC East championship and a Final Four. But I don't know what the answer is going to be. The offseason. That's going to be the answer. And honestly,
that's how you respond to this. And the good news is you can fix it quickly.
Yeah.
I'll say this. Frank Martin inherited absolutely by far the worst situation of any basketball coach that's been hired here ever, including Lamont Paris, who did not inherit a good situation.
Yeah.
Frank was a little worse, and he, of course, did not have the portal. Transfers weren't really. I mean, he just had to take what he had and try to win, and that was tough. Because Horn left it horribly, and then everybody transferred out when Frank got there. I mean, it was a nice 3-year. I mean, it was year 4 before he really had a good season. Darren Horn won because Dave Odom left him with some pretty good players. I think Dominique Archie and Odom recruit.
Terrence Kinsey.
Terrence Kinsey, Zam Frederick and Devin Downey, Mike Holmes. Mike Holmes was part of that. So that first Darren Horn team was actually a really good team. They played a poor non-conference schedule, and that cost them, but they won 21 games. And then it went downhill from there. Dave Odom inherited the Marius Petrovic's group. It was the Vogler guys he had recruited when he was trying to build it back up. Chuck Edson and those guys.
Aaron Lucas. Rohal was there. Tony Kitchens.
I mean that was a good situation. Now maybe Eddie Vogler did not inherit a good deal when he got there. I mean, he had Kerry, Rich, Jamie Watson, and Emmett Hall. But so maybe you could compare those. It's kind of funny, the two basketball coaches that have won something meaningful, Vogler and Martin, inherited the worst situations. That's interesting, isn't it? Steve Newton inherited five starters off a 20-win team from George Felton and tanked it. I was too young to know what Felton actually inherited. I just know he started recruiting Columbia kids. But so anyway, I get it. I think that in today's day and age, you're not going to have quick triggers on firing coaches, right? Even after a disaster of a season. I think next year obviously becomes pretty important from a competitive standpoint with AD in town. I also think that it absolutely can be fixed. I'm not a smart enough basketball person to sit there and say, here's exactly what they need to do. But my gut feeling is out of the portal, target players that fit what you like to do schematically and don't fall in love with athleticism. Because South Carolina, Matt, is I'm not going to say never, but it will take 10 years of success for South Carolina to get to the point as a basketball program, men's basketball program, 10 years of going to turn 80% of the time and being super competitive for them to ever be able to out-athlete anybody in this league, which is the most athletic league in the country. I do think they can out-basketball. I mean, look at Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt doesn't have that much athleticism or talent, but guess what they do? They out-basketball people. That's
Vanderbilt and South Carolina last year. That's what they
do. I mean, when you're swimming upstream like that, man, you got to do something to give you an advantage because you're just not – you're never going to be able to out-athlete people in the SEC. It just doesn't happen. Those other programs have too many advantages. They've been good for too long, even though many have been up and down. I think Lamont Paris and his staff were on the right track last year. Again, a series of unfortunate events, even down to listen to this, Michi Johnson and Pegues from Furman, right? Those guys leave for a bag or with Michi to be close to home. No big deal. Because I Michi wasn't going to get a whole lot more going back to Ohio State. And Michi's not even with the team, or maybe came back lately. I don't know what the latest is there. And Pegues is averaging 1.5 points a game and sitting on the bench at Auburn. Carolina could have used those two, this year. And so that too was unfortunate by two guys that made horrific mistakes. A lot of this is on the players. I understand coaching, and I understand coaches are the leaders. They're responsible, whatever.
Yeah.
But when players decide, hey, I'm gonna work on this part of my game and abandon what made me even get to this point, when players won't play defense, when players listen to outside noise and let it, when players just kind of mentally melt down on the court, when players won't run the offense, when players are you can coach all you want. If they won't listen and do what they need to do, that happens. And so you had two decisions there by two guys that could have absolutely helped this basketball team and played a lot of minutes, and they're not even playing. And so there's another unfortunate thing that happened last offseason. So
I can tell you this, JC, one of the things that we should have picked up on, and it caught me by surprise when I heard it, but it just hit me right now. When we had Lamont on the show back in the preseason, and one of the questions I asked him was, that 1-3-1 defense that gave so many people fits. I said, I think, with Nick Pringle, Colin Murray-Boyle, Zach Davis, with some of the guys that you have now from an athleticism standpoint, because I was goo-goo out at the athleticism, I'll be honest. I was very excited for it. And he kind of said, you saw him hesitate, and he was like, yeah, we'll probably throw that out there some. But it told me that, looking back on it, it was like, these guys can't do it. They don't listen. We can't do that. They can't. And I told people throughout the season, this team has 100 times more athleticism than last year's team does, with 100 times less basketball skill. And
that's the thing. And basketball, I want to say smarts, because that's kind of insulting. And I'm not insulting anybody's intelligence here, but on the floor IQ, I don't know even if it's intelligence, if it's an intelligence argument. I'll go back to the interview with Lamont that we had when he mentioned basketball character. He's like, these guys are good guys, they're good husbands and fathers, are great citizens. It's not their personal character, but he says you got to have basketball character to play in what we do. And translation, that means being an unselfish player, making the extra pass. Who's the most unselfish player on this team?
Colin Murray-Boyles.
Yeah, the biggest star. Yeah,
the star. I mean, I don't remember which game was it, Florida or Texas or Mississippi or Ole Miss. One of these games he had 8 assists, right? It was Florida, and I mean, there you go. What a damn good basketball team, right? They're no joke. And he's just finding an open guy and running the offense and all this other stuff. And there's been almost a power struggle between he and Jamari Thomas as to who's gonna facilitate everything, who's the offense run through all year long. And so that's a basketball thing that Mari and the other players need to kind of realize. And when you have a guy that's your star player that's unselfish, it shouldn't be a problem, right?
Yeah,
it should not be an issue
shots.
having the offense run for him, because he's going to help everybody involved. So nevertheless, Kreger in the Nana Sports chat box said, is there even a 10% chance Colin Murray-Boyles comes back? I'm going to lean, I don't know about 10. I mean, maybe 20, I would put it at. I would guess he would not, but that's just my opinion. What say you?
I can see it, but I can see both sides of it. I wouldn't read too much into the relationship angle with Chloe Kitts.
I was going to say, does Chloe have another year left in her?
Chloe's got a couple years left, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too.
But I mean, when you're an NBA player, you can make that relationship work if you want to. But I think that Colin does enjoy being a college kid. He enjoys being a student athlete. I mean, the door's not shut on it. I think it's all going to come down to, where he's projected. If he gets that 20 to 40 projection, I could see him coming back. If he gets a top 30 projection, he's got to go. And it has nothing to do with anything other than you're going to get paid a lot of money to go play basketball, more than you'll make in college. I mean, it would take all of South Carolina's NIL to pay him a rookie salary scale, essentially. So you got to go and you got to develop and you got to see what you can do and get that second contract earlier. The second contract is always more important than the first, and then your third one becomes more important than your second, because all of a sudden you have tenure, you have years on your resume, and you start getting different pay scales and different veteran minimums, veteran maximums, all those kinds of things. So from a financial standpoint, it makes sense for him to go. But look, Tyler Hainsworth stayed in college 4 years. Drew Timme at Gonzaga stayed in college 4 years. I think he definitely has a skill set that can work in the NBA, and I think his skill set would actually flourish more in the NBA than it does on this particular team. So there's a reason he's a first-round draft pick. But JC, I want to close out with this because I know you're plugged down the NIL side of things too. We don't have to close out on it, but just I want to get your take on this. So we talked about reshaping the roster. I'm just looking at recruiting rankings from last season, 2024. So not this signing class, but last year's. LSU was 14th in the country. Georgia was 10th in the country. Missouri 5th. Arkansas 3rd. Alabama 2nd. None of those schools are traditional blue bloods in the SEC or college basketball. There was no Kentucky on there, obviously, because John Calipari left, all that kind of stuff. But, Missouri got together from an NIL standpoint and were able to get some players, and they sucked last year. Pretty daggone good this year. Georgia, better this year. LSU, but LSU said they were going to throw millions and millions of dollars at basketball. So, it's a combination of getting the basketball players, but also getting better players younger, because it takes a little bit of time to run Lamont's system. I don't think it's going to be a situation where you can count on 8 guys coming in every year from the transfer portal and being successful year in and year out. So we got to see what they can do recruiting.
Unfortunately, they're going to have to. And
this year,
you're not going the recruiting rankings. People out of your head, out of everybody's head. Basketball, they use a formula, different classes are different sizes. I don't think it's realistic to go out recruit anybody in basketball right now. I mean, you got to kind of focus on what you can find and what you can get. I don't think you can get 8 guys out of the portal every year either, and try to do it. But you have to do is maximize what you can get, like they did 2 years ago. And I don't necessarily, are there point guards on losing Big Ten teams from South Carolina that are freezing to death that have another year out there, the elite passer of the basketball every year? No. Are there 6'8", 260-pound guys that can shoot the three like BJ Mack out there every year? No. But there are big guys that can shoot, and there are guys that can run offense and stuff like that, especially in the mid-major level. And you're not going to get the hype. I mean, nobody thought 2 years ago that class was good. I think the most disappointing thing from that standpoint, Matt, is the Cam Scott situation. There's a guy that was a high 4 or 5-star guy from the state where you never get players. He rejected Carolina initially. Gamecocks have a big year. He stays home. It's celebrated, and he's buried at the end of the bench. And I don't know that it'll, who knows what'll happen there, because those are the types of guys you not only need to get, they need to have success at South Carolina, because the state actually produces more talent in basketball now than it used to on a consistent basis. And you have a better shot still, even in that sport that's different than football, of keeping guys, a certain number of guys at home. So I think that's the key there. But like you said, LSU was ranked up there, and they were just a little better than Carolina. I mean, it's and really LSU didn't play that many close games against good teams, so they could easily be at the bottom again. And they could talk at LSU about throwing more NIL money out a lot. And I see that a lot. But, I read on ESPN.com today, like they're talking about Oklahoma and LSU both having some of the lowest NIL situations in the league. And then you have some people that say, well, they're all spending $5 or $6 million. Well, which is it? Because I guarantee you the University of Oklahoma, they love to be good, and not just good, but great and everything. And they funded it. LSU, you hear lots of different things. The only NIL situation at LSU you hear constantly positive things about is women's basketball, because the Raising Cane's guy is a big women's basketball fan. But revenue share happening, though, Matt, these basketball budgets are going down. I don't see how they're going to do it, especially if everything holds, like the house settlement and stuff, and you do have to get legit NIL. I mean, you're talking.
If football gets 16, where's it coming from for everybody else?
Football will get about 15. Men's basketball will get about 3, which is an improvement at Carolina. You know, maybe Oklahoma too. They didn't nobody puts numbers out, but at other places they're spending. Like I know Arkansas said straight up they're spending 6. Yeah. How's that going to do? And then my other question, chew on this, buddy, until the other side, because I want you to answer it. I'm obsessed with St. John's and Rick Pitino, because I've always thought St. John's should be good at basketball. And I also love Rick Pitino. He's still kicking ass and taking names and doesn't care. You should go listen to his locker room speech where he talked about life and adversity and how soft this team was. Dude's just killing it. And they don't have football. And they have millions to spend in hoops. Gonzaga, I don't know if it's you that told me this or someone else, $11 million for basketball. They don't have football.
Yeah. Drew Timme got over 3 last year to come back for his senior year.
And they're not even that good. St. John's whipped like a redheaded stepchild, in my opinion. But so there's some things to consider too about this sport. Is you've got some NIL people that are forking out cash now. That's going to change and be regulated most likely. So you have to go above and beyond. Are schools in the South that are having glory years now, are they really going to sacrifice $3 million out of football rev share to maintain men's basketball? I don't know, brother. It's a little precarious. By the way, chew on this too. Matt Anderson comparison. Canadian Nate Bargatze. We'll be back after this.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the Village at Sand Hill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Bells ringing down cobblestone Charleston streets. She's the morning sun rising on the horseshoe at USC. She's moonlight on black water, a John Deere down a Greer Farm road, moving nice and slow. No, there ain't nothing like her. She's a southern one of a kind. Even in my dreams I still find her. She's like an old friend awaiting when I close my eyes. And how lucky I am to call her mine. No, you'll never find another like my Carolina. My Carolina. Talking about my Carolina. Talking about my Carolina. My Carolina. South Carolina. South Carolina.
Welcome back, everybody. Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Continuing on here, having a little bit of a basketball discussion. Continuing with the late night Gamecock, Matt Anderson, the Canadian Nate Bergazzi. Hold on, hold on, JC. What is that?
I think it's a comedian.
A comedian. Oh, I thought he said Canadian. I was like, what in?
Hey.
What's like, that Matt, I didn't realize you were Canadian, or
no, I was cutting a video. I was watching late night today, cutting video up, and I was like, Matt's delivery, like how he sounds, he kind of sounds like Nate, you know, like with how he just delivers talks.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
He doesn't necessarily look like him. But if Matt were doing stand-up, I could see his delivery being
right
like that. Yes. So anyway, for
he's
those
a
who
funny
don't know
guy,
who that
so I'll
is,
take it as a compliment.
oh, he's hilarious. He's one of my favorites. He's Nashville, from Nashville, big Vanderbilt fan. But yeah, so I think the basketball, baseball, and women's basketball part of the revenue sharing settlement is going to be fascinating. And of course, all of this. Here's the fly in the ointment is, you know, it has to stand up to what will ultimately be litigation, because there's greedy lawyers out there that think judges are just going to rule against the NCAA and colleges no matter what. And so they're ready to sue. You have state governments now trying to go against the House Settlement Board, is trying to pass a law saying their student athletes don't have to support anything about their NIL earnings. And it's no coincidence, University of Oregon and Phil Knight are advertising unlimited NIL. So I don't know that all this is going to stand, but if it does, I think that's a fascinating sort of thing to explore, because like I said, like if you're doing 15 in football, the numbers just don't work out.
Well, I know that there is a team in the SEC that had $1.5 million budgeted for women's basketball, and that was just for them to try and be competitive in the SEC. And that team is not competitive in the SEC if you go look at the standings right now. So when you start breaking this up and you say, what's the number, JC, like 20 and a half or 21? What's the number?
20 and a half for.
Yeah. 20 and a half. And just, I mean, do a little pie chart in your head, folks. If 15 is going to football across the country, you got 6.5 or 5.5 for everybody else that plays a sport at your university. And you know, what's driving your money? The men's and women's basketball tournaments and college football.
Yeah,
That's
and
where your
the
revenues
women's
come from.
tournament is part. The women's tournament is part of a deal that's included in like baseball, volleyball, and everything else right now, TV wise. I do sincerely hope that sport gets its own television contract.
I think it will.
I
It will.
think the interest is there, and it. I mean, you think about the margins that ESPN made off of Caitlin Clark in that deal last year. The ratings were through the roof. And they didn't pay much for the rights for it. That's all part of what they call an Olympic sports package that they just write a check for $20 million for, which sounds like a lot, but it's not really in the grand scheme of things. You consider that, SEC schools just this year were $52 million each, and then that number is going to grow as football, that those TV deals end up increasing in value. So, I think the cap or the number is going to grow. I think what this does, Matt, essentially is it is going to stem the tide. I'm not talking about Alabama, but stem the because we've gone in football, we've gone from about 7 to 15 pretty quick. And 15, even without rev share, was where everybody was going. Okay, so we've gone there, doubled pretty quick. Same with men's basketball. Same with the other sports. So that's the deal there. I mean, that the growth trajectory is going to kind of who remembers flatten the curve?
Flatten the curve.
2 weeks, right?
Flatten the curve. They're going to flatten the curve.
We gotta flatten the curve
a little bit, but the numbers are going to go up as the TV deals increase in value. But I think that'll be more realistic than what's going on now. You supplement it. You can stay in the game with NIL, but what most collectives, and the collectives, there's a difference between being the primary fundraising arm for all NIL 100% and being able to take donor donations and things like that. Or than like an organization that depends on memberships and business deals and selling stuff like coffee. Shameless plug there, folks. Go buy some coffee. Gamecockcoffee.com to support NIL. The numbers, you're not going to probably be able to get to 25 million there without donors. Somebody could just write some big checks. But so those numbers are more like 3 to 7. On top of that, best case scenario. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, and to your point about St. John's Hoops, no football program, that's a sleeping giant. And it's, I don't know how much longer Rick Pitino can do it. I think he's going to do it till he dies. I don't think he's ever going to retire. I think it's what keeps him alive, actually, like pump basketballs bouncing into his like night rhythm sound machine. And that's how he stays alive. But, and I'm happy. I have some friends that are St. John's fans, and they're loving this. They've waited a very, very long time. I saw someone mention Chris Mullen in the chat. This guy has a Chris Mullen jersey because that's who his dad told him about when he was little. So, St. John's, and I think that some of these schools that have, history, like a Duke men's basketball, where football is never going to be king there. It's always going to be basketball, and their relationship with Nike, I think they can find endorsements through Nike for these athletes on top of the money that's going to be allocated to them. Because, Cooper Flag, Nike has no problem at all, even being, Phil Knight, whatever you want to say about that, promoting their brand and getting people to buy Cooper Flag shoes because he's going to be in the NBA pretty soon. That's where some of these schools that are already big are going to have an advantage when it comes to NIL, because you can find the marketing. But I think the marketing is going to go away from, Joe Schmo's car dealership in, Huntsville, Alabama, where they put a billboard up of a guy holding a car, because they have to say, well, how did this help you? Like, was it fair market value? All of that. Like, it's going to have to be something that is seen by a mass audience and by big, larger companies. So I think it's going to be a handful of kids that get those big NIL opportunities, because you can't give 85 scholarship kids that same kind of opportunity.
Oh, no.
So are schools with bigger, supporters like that going to be in an advantage, say, then okay, just to kind of boil it down to easy things to understand. Like, is a Nike school going to be at an advantage over an Under Armour school because Nike has more liquidity and ability to do that?
If Nike's willing to play ball and help, there's some players on Gamecock this team that have Under Armour deals,
Right.
You know, because women buy shoes too. The shoe companies have not necessarily gone all in on that just yet. But you're right. You make a great point. Those are the deals the pros really want, and if it makes sense for the shoe companies, I guarantee you that could happen. I think shoe companies for years had an outsized influence on recruiting in college basketball. They probably still do. And so, you know, we'll see if they become the selectors again. But I also think this college basketball, especially with the tournament, we've seen a change to where it's not the more McDonald's All-Americans you sign, the better chances are to win in the NCAA tournament. It's really the older you are, you know, as a team most of the time. And if you're hot at the right time. Julie in the chat box says last night's women's basketball game, crazy ratings, ? No, last year's NCAA tournament. So not last night, last year.
Yeah, and then ESPN had an article the other day talking about about Caitlin Clark and how like the WNBA literally can't pay her enough money for the revenue she's bringing in. And I mean, the article kind of made sense because I mean, how much money did ESPN make off Caitlin Clark last year?
Yeah, and
so much money.
And that TV contract for women's basketball is a joke. I mean, you got to split it with the Georgia gymnastic team. You know, I mean, so I think they do need their own TV contract. That's one thing I'll push for when it comes to the ladies getting their fair shake. But you know, so we'll see what happens with all that. Didn't mean to roll through a 35-minute basketball in our conversation on the Friday of the Clemson Carolina baseball series. NFL Combine's going on, guys. Now, all right, so from the @Gamecock Show account, I just retweeted something from Gamecock football about Demetrius Knight Jr. This epitomizes the brand thing when it comes to exposure in college football. So this graphic from NFL Next Gen Stats, powered by Amazon Web Services. Maybe it comes from the NFL itself. Who knows? So I'm sitting there watching. I'm looking at it. This graphic. It's about Demetrius Knight Jr. Ran a 4.58 40-yard dash at the combine, but his miles per hour were higher than anybody in the combine at linebacker. 22.76 miles per hour. That is moving. Jihad Campbell from Alabama, who Demetrius Knight was, of course, a low 3-star recruit from Locust Grove, Georgia. You know the story. Option quarterback, special teams player, goes to Charlotte, which is the linebacker. Somehow during that time finds it's time to get married and have 2 kids, be a good father. Comes to South Carolina, does what he does. Jihad Campbell was I believe, committed to Clemson for a while. IMG guy, I believe. Big-time recruit, well-known player. So they have Demetrius Knight at the top, but they highlight Jihad Campbell and have a picture of him. Go check that tweet out. I can't believe it. I mean, I'm like, wow. You know, I'm like, what?
Well, that's what Shane said, though. Like, Shane was like, yeah, everyone said, who is this guy? And then put him on the catapult, and he runs at 22 miles per hour. Like, it just got backed up at the combine.
Yeah, 20, cool. Almost 23.
I know, yeah. I mean,
his speed was came in very handy this year. Remember Oklahoma ran the punt, and he sniffed it out. That was a good instinctive play, but he had to be fast enough to make it over there, and he did. Beeline and shut it down. That guy, I mean, they're gonna miss him in many, many, many ways. That may be the guy they miss the most next season, just to be honest, in a lot, if you count number of ways. But yeah, I mean, all right. So I've heard about Jihad Campbell for years. Like him, think he's a good player, NFL guy. We went to Alabama. Do we understand Nick Saban's not there and they were 9-4 at the Gamecocks last year? I don't know. But that's a kind of a little example of sometimes the things that schools unnecessarily fight in college athletics these days, because that little stuff like on social media and the branding, that matters because kids, i.e. recruits, the lifeblood of your program. And unfortunately, people that are mental midgets that are on the college football committee or ranking teams in the polls, they pay attention to stuff like this, almost subconscious. And I think it's grossly unfair to a guy that has a story like Demetrius Knight Jr. that even though you were faster than Jihad Campbell, he gets he gets the love. Like I said, it's a little thing. I'm making a mountain out of the molehill, but I'm doing it out of a molehill. But I'm doing it to a point about branding and how sometimes the narrative these days in college sports has nothing to do with reality. Your thoughts?
Right.
Well, it's not just college sports. I mean, if you go to ESPN.com, what's turned me off to their writing style now is I get overloaded with highlights of Wimby Wembanyama, whatever his name is, drains a half-court three, and his team lost by 30. Like, tell me about the game. Like, I want to know who the leading scorer was in the game, not that Wimby went for 11 points, 10 rebounds, 9 blocks, and 6 steals. Like, they pick and choose the narrative, and it's all centered around what's marketable, what they think they can get ratings on to get people to watch. And if they go highlight a South Carolina player that's probably not going to be drafted in the top round or two, then they're going to go back and say, well, we looked foolish. Why weren't we talking about this guy who was a first round pick and was right below him? We're talking about milliseconds here. Like, it's the stupidest thing.
Yeah. I know. Everybody wants to know who the fastest guy is, right? I mean, he was the fastest guy.
He's the fastest.
It's not a race, but
yeah, no.
I mean, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I mean, the National Basketball Association, compared to back the day, maybe you disagree with this. I hate to bring up basketball again, but I'm going to. Compared to when I loved it, and I kind of started checking out right after Jordan retired the second time. I did watch him with the Wizards, and because I like the old guys. Brett Favre was with the Vikings. I was a Brett Favre fan. I'm a Rick Pitino fan now because I want to see the old guy get it done. And then when Jordan came back with the Wizards, I really hoped that he would lead that god-awful franchise to something good, but he didn't. I checked out around this. So it's about 20 years. I'll watch it every now and then, but it seems to me like the two things that get NBA people going are not winning and losing at all. Because on a given night, everybody on the best team in the league can mail it in and get beat by 40. In fact, the Mississippi State-Alabama game the other night, it looked like Mississippi State was like the Houston Rockets or somebody. They got beat 111-73. Mississippi State's one of the best defensive teams in the country. They gave them 111 points. Even Alabama.
I lost that bet, by the way.
That's an egregious amount of points. And they probably just quit, honestly. Yeah. NBA teams quit all the time. Nobody even talks about it.
Oh, some of the players don't even play all the games. I mean, that's the
I mean,
right.
I mean, so, but what gets them going is, individual stat lines, right? And a lot of people love playing NBA fantasy. My stepson loves it. I'm like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm watching basketball. What's the score? I don't know. Who's playing? This player's team, and then he's like, and this other team that I don't have anybody on the team. I don't even know who they are. But hey, so and so he has to go for 22 for me to win this fan thing,
right?
And I'm like, well, that's great, because I'm happy the stepson loves sports, right? That's good. It's better than loving drugs or strange women.
Drugs and
women. I'm sure women, wine, and song will come soon, for him. But right now, sports are fine. And then the trade deadline, people lose their freaking minds. Josh Pate pointed that out. He's like, there's more people talking about the NBA trade deadline than they are talking about the games.
Yeah.
I care more about the draft than anything else. I just like to see where the college players are going. But no, the NBA has a very big problem. And when you have players at the All-Star game that are saying that we don't like the game anymore, like we understand why the game's gone this way, but it's not fun. I mean, for me, it's not fun because these guys are just too damn good. And when you pair computer analysis and sabermetrics and they know that if they give this 6'11" guy a shot between 17 and 18 feet from this degree mark on the court, that he's going to make 80% of his shots. They know he's going to miss 80% of his shots if he's 2 steps to the right. And they just run these offense where that's why you see 140-point games. They're just too damn good and too damn efficient. And it's you can't even defend it. Like, that's the thing. It's not that the kids don't care about defense anymore. You can't defend it. They know what they're going. They practice it. And they all run the same crap. They just got to find the right guy that can do the right role. And that's how, I say, in my mind, it's the era of stat inflation. Like, I don't give a crap that Jokic has 71 triple doubles, youngest to do it all time in his career or whatever, or that Russell Westbrook averaged a triple double for the season. Like, you know what? Like, Michael Jordan could do that times 10. Larry Bird could do that times 10 if you put them in this NBA, but they didn't have the metrics, and they didn't have the computers telling them where they need to shoot from. And it's crazy. It's just not fun to watch. That's why they're talking about a 4-point line, because now it's too easy. Yeah. They're talking about a 4-point line.
No, put it out there like 37 feet.
They're talking about a 4-point line, and they're talking about only 1 free throw for a foul, like not taking 2 foul shots, taking 1, because they're just too daggum good.
Did they, I don't know this. There's a lot about on this show we've talked about. I don't know, obviously. Do they still make you play man defense in the NBA? Is that still a thing?
Yeah, you can't zone up.
You can't zone. It's just illegal defense. You're still illegal defense. Yeah. Maybe they should do something with the offenses.
Yeah, the NBA players are saying at the All-Star break, this is just not fun anymore. It's like, it's not a good product. And it's not a good product because I know that Wemby will do this if he's in that situation. Like, it's not fun. It's like watching a computer algorithm play a basketball game. That's why I love college. Kansas was up by 7 on Houston with like 27 seconds left. In the NBA, like, there's no shot that team's going to lose.
Yeah, they're just running it out, man. Yeah, and the NBA was competitive, and it's almost like it swung to extremes, because there was a period of NBA history where games, and this is kind of right after the Jordan era, when the Rockets were really good, where the scoring went down. It was like it kind of looked like the SEC before this year. It was if you had a game where a team got over 100 points, that was a good thing. There were a lot of 89, 84 type games. It was just a rock throwing contest for a while. And now you have all this stuff. And the analytics part of it, I don't know. You can't really stop technology, but man, and I don't know that you can outlaw it, but I really think they need don't do a freaking 4-point line. Oh, Jesus God.
I know. Well, Nate Oates.
Hey, why not make it 5?
Yeah.
Why not make it 5?
4.
A nice plus multiples of 5. You could make 3 shots and be up 15 points. You could be down 15 and it's a 3-possession game.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, you're down 6 and it's a 1-possession game with an and 1.
You're just joining us. The Houston Rockets are up 21 points on the Orlando Magic, but it's only a 2-possession game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah, I'll have to look into that. 'Cause I love basketball. I have to look. What would I do to fix the NBA? And look, honestly, there's still enough fans. It's not like they're struggling or anything. But when the players start saying it, that's telling.
Oh, Draymond Green was ripping them all up in the All-Star game.
I love that guy.
I don't have the nostalgia built up with the NBA like I do with baseball, right? So baseball has evolved, and I'm not necessarily a fan of the way the current game is played with, everybody's trying to hit dingers, high strikeouts, and things like that. But it's so ingrained in me that I still love the game. But the NBA, I don't like it. I don't like I don't like the shoot the threes. I don't like, just chuck it up from behind the arc where your heat map is either, a tiny circle around the basket and then everything behind the arc. I just don't like it aesthetically for me. So I don't watch it because I don't have that nostalgic pull to it. Never, and I love basketball. I played basketball, but still, I mean, I don't know. I just can't get into it.
Well, they talked about even pushing the three-point line further back to make it a harder shot. But the last time they changed the three-point line, Shaq was in the NBA, and he literally could not shoot a corner three because his feet were too big. Literally, it was a situation where his either toe was on the line or his heel was on the sideline.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to expand the width of the court to do that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Marcus checks into the Net Sports chat box.
Oh, what's up, Marcus?
Hope you were doing well too, Marcus. He said Steph Curry needs to be on TV more. That's how you fix the NBA.
Well, maybe
he
is fun to watch. Yeah,
he was the Caitlin Clark of Davidson. I mean, he drew numbers.
Good Lord. Yes, he was. All right, so we've talked about the NBA for 30 minutes. Man, this show.
Wow, look at that. Here, hold on.
I cannot believe that. We'll be
It
back
gets
to
away
talk
from
about
you.
something a little more interesting in our final segment of the week here on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. I want to remind everybody, Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com, home of the Beat sticker. They got some Beat Clemson stuff out. Check it out. GamecockTraditions.com. Please follow them on social media. They have a parade of wonderful products in a day. Gamecock Traditions, a proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, the show, and everything else we do here. We'll be back after these messages to wrap things up on a rivalry weekend Friday show about the NBA.
It's a summer episode.
Man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
Inside the Gamecocks, the show is back. Final segment of the show of the week for all of our live programming. And we are done talking about the NBA. we will move on to other subjects that are more near and dear to our beloved university here at South Carolina. Yeah, you're right. JB, if you have missed it, has covered this baseball series as well as, well, better than, I'm not going to say as well as, that would be selling him short, better than anybody has. In fact, and he will give you the best coverage of Gamecock baseball moving forward. But they're really excited. You know, Matthew Becker versus the Canuck kid on the mound today at Doug Kingsmore Stadium.
Now. Good Lord.
That's right. Yeah.
That was embarrassing.
I was interested to learn that Coach Beneri took the team up yesterday. That way they could get in some practice on the field and get some familiarity. I like that.
It's on social media, it seemed like on Instagram, it seemed like that was going to be kind of the way they do it.
Yeah.
Getting there a day early. Because it was like, it said something about like road trip. I don't know. It made me feel like maybe this is something that he's done. Basically, being a championship level coach, he's got a way of doing things, and you know there'll be some subtle things like that. I don't know for sure if it's the way they're going to do it forever or not. Laurie, Matt's mom, did mention earlier about the Clemson crowd. Matt asked Whittle about the game crowd there. Said they stick the players' families way out in center or right field. And they used to put them on the dugout, visitor dugout, but the last few years it's been awful seating.
Yeah, imagine that.
The Cajun Cafe. I was thinking about this too on the Cajun Cafe, right? Because I've often wondered of why they call it the Cajun Cafe, and obviously it's because they probably cook delicious food with Cajun seasoning. However, I thought of something a little more sinister.
Oh, yes.
Since they did adopt LSU's Death Valley moniker for their stadium. Although Clemson Stadium, in fairness, is more of a valley than LSU's is.
Oh, yeah, indeed. It is a bit
Tiger
more right.
Stadium.
Yeah.
Tiger Stadium is not in a hole. It towers up above you in Baton Rouge when you walk into it. It is a steep stadium, and it is shaped like a valley, but it's not a valley. Here's another piece of trivia for you crazy cats. Penn State, they call it Happy Valley, and their stadium's up on a hill, towering above everything else. The reason they call it Happy Valley is because State College is in a valley. So the town is in a valley, not the stadium. The stadium's up on a hill.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Crazy, right?
Talking
but other than this, what if at the heart of Clemson Nation, they really want to be Cajuns from Louisiana? Like that's like their whole secret. They pretend, like in other words, you walk in, you go to Clemson, like, hello, welcome to Clemson.
Clemson. Yeah, that's right.
So, how about them Tigers? You're really getting me there, JC.
Oh God.
Yeah, you'll know if Coach O ever shows up out there.
Coach O, I took a job at Clemson for free.
I'm working with Dabo now.
I'm working with Dabo now. The Tigers. Anyway.
But I think it's cool that
hilarious.
they went up early. It's kind of what Shane's doing, right? Shane talked about taking the football team up early, walking to the stadium, getting lay of the land.
That was where my mind went first, too, Matt.
They've done for the most of the time they've done that in football. Sometimes with an early game, maybe but Shane, sometimes it's about travel and flights. So it's I think he moved all the flights back to where they could get there in plenty of time and walk around and stuff, because his road record left a lot to be desired there for a while. And so that's one of the changes they made. But I don't know. I like it. You know, you go up there and hostile, get to walk the field, maybe take some BP and toss the ball around. I know in football, the players really like it. I know in basketball, you have a shootout at the team's gym sometimes too. So
yeah,
I don't know. Kenny is the weird obsession with Louisiana and New Jersey at Clemson is absolutely priceless. I didn't know there was a New Jersey obsession.
Oh yeah, what is this New Jersey obsession?
Woke up this morning and a burn of Dabo blue.
You see Dabo like in the Sopranos spoof, right? Of course, I don't know.
Okay.
You know, Justin King already did it, so
Oh, I think Dabo would be the person that gets shot first in The Sopranos. He'd be like the doofus that like dropped off something in the wrong back room, the delivery guy.
Is that the Steve Buscemi character? I think in Sopranos. If you, I don't know.
yes. The cousin has been in jail or whatever and gets out.
Yeah.
You see
And he
Dabo's
ends up getting whacked. He ends up having to whack him.
Yeah,
It's
this
just
only
awful.
ends one of two ways, Dabo.
It's always one of two ways. Have you guys seen the AI generated like Sopranos babies on Instagram?
No.
All right, it's going to freak you out a little bit because what they've done is they've taken all the characters and made these AI babies out of them, and the babies look just like James Gandolfini. I mean, it's uncanny. It'll make you uncomfortable. They did a Star Wars one, but in Star Wars, it's not as uncomfortable because Luke, you're like, oh, that's too real for me. But then like Vader and Leia, not Leia. Leia is way too real. Vader and Chewie and C-3PO, Yoda, they're all like animatronic characters anyway.
Right.
The actual human you're like, oh, that's just, I don't know. I think I'm uncomfortable. I'd love to get it done for the shows. All of us.
Oh goodness,
babies.
Yeah. That would be funny.
That would be hilarious. But yeah, so what if Clemson just has a weird deal where they just like pretend to be from South Louisiana and Cajuns and folk?
I mean, I can tell you something happens to those folks when they go in those hills, man. I got a lot of friends that came back and they were forever changed.
And I bet people that have gone into the swamps of Louisiana without a chaperone have probably come back and felt forever changed as well, Matt.
Yes, that is, I bet.
But well, we have two pieces of evidence with the name of the football stadium and this random ass Cajun cafe out in the outfield. Why Cajun? Why isn't it the Clemson Cafe? The Clemson.
That needs to be John's next writing assignment when he's up there.
We need to go
get to the bottom of it.
I'll send Alex Jones in there, man. He can get to the
That's
bottom
right.
of that.
Yeah,
Alex is investigating that. He makes friends easier than one of us. He'd have to be undercover, you know. I'll never send Hale. Yeah, Hale's too.
No, right? Yeah, he'll stick out. Yeah,
Hale had to cover them for a long time, you know. I can't imagine the torture that he went through having to cover that deal with that when you're on the other. It was bad enough when I covered national stuff, having to kind of deal with them. My strategy was just don't say anything, and I still I don't say anything bad about them. I won't say anything bad about their team. I won't criticize decisions they make. I won't question anything because number one, it's gonna. If I say it, of course you say
you're enemy number one already.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just extremely nice to them. I don't lie. You know, go, they're great and pump them up. You know. Because some people, if they're fans of certain teams, they'll pump up the opponent to kind of psych themselves out about, you know, so they're not disappointed. I don't do that, but I'm polite and honest about them. I don't try to get into it. Now the stuff like the conspiracy theory and stuff. That's funny. That's make believe. I'm telling a joke.
Right. That's right.
That's just I could say it about anybody.
That's not what I heard.
All right,
until the message boarders get a hold of it over there. And
well,
then
the guy that lives in his mom's
basement.
Shadow of mom's basement. He documents everything. He's got a spreadsheet.
You know what though? It's weird though, because I mean I've found it doing these shows and being more public now is everything we say turns into a game of telephone by the time it gets to a message board.
Oh God!
Well, I heard this, and I heard this, and I heard this, and like. The original definition and meaning of what you said is so far contorted that I just had to stop caring.
Like, it's only put on the internet forever for you to go back and actually get it in context, but that's too much work.
It's that way with it's that way with South Carolina fans on the Big Spur. I mean, I probably talk about NIL, the house settlement, all the stuff we just went through, rev share, on an average week 5-6 times publicly.
Yeah,
right?
it's almost
Including
every day, right?
writing it, talking
Right.
about it. I do a spot in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, every and Nashville, Tennessee with Bill King every Thursday. I'm on with WG, Bill Gunner. I'm the only one that calls him WG. Wild Bill Gunner on
Yeah.
107.5 every Tuesday morning. We've talked about it there. You got coffee, you got this. I've talked about it all the time for about since the settlement came out, months and months and months. So somebody's like, the post on the board is basically like, hey, buy coffee for NIL. And here's what's going to happen with the collectives. And here's why you need to do it. Right. As this guy comes, it's like the national media boys have said that this is they're not going to stand. It's going to get shut down, blah, 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 blah. And so you're it's not, blah, 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 blah. Now I was like, that's kind of out of place for this thread, because if you use your common sense God gave you, you would understand it doesn't really matter if it holds or not. You still got to sell coffee,
Right.
You're still going to have to
Right.
have the money. And if they shoot it all down and revenue share is not part of it, you're going to be up shit creek as a program. If you're really a Gamecock fan, because you don't ever know.
Yeah,
And
too
so
many
I'm
moving
like,
parts
let's
right
go
now to
away.
abandon one. Yeah.
I was like, and he mentioned which national media people. I was like, I agree that there's going to be some litigation and that it probably won't hold up in court. It's very easy now to find a judge that agrees with you on a controversial topic, kicks it up to a higher court, and ultimately the poor Supreme Court justice have to decide. That's the way our system works here in the good old USA now. And so it wouldn't surprise me. And I said, but I don't give a flip about what the national media people say, because in my mind, I'm thinking of these narrative pushers of the for the Athletic. Not everybody at the Athletic, but many of them that are like, when there were the rumors Nico got paid $8 million by Tennessee, and he probably did get close to that over time. That's the going rate for it now. I mean, these people are basically pushing for players to get 50% revenue, which is bullshit. It's never going to happen. Players are not 50% of the brand success, because if you took them out of the equation, and there's still another group of players that will gladly play for a scholarship, right? If you took the players out of the equation and said, fine, just go pro. Sports not to get paid. Go pro if you can. Let the NFL figure it out, because the NFL is the one that's guilty of all this. If you took that out, do you not think college sports would still make money? If you're recruiting, because even when think about recruiting, half of the guys that are rated highly aren't worth a flip. And then there's another batch of players that aren't rated highly that end up being the best players. That's just how it works. Right. So, and then the players benefit from NIL, from marketing, from notoriety, from valuable social media followings, from support of the fan base, from job networking, all of the benefits of being part of college athlete, of which there are many. Plus, they get paid now more money than we all make, maybe combined in some cases. In some cases, more money than most people will see in a lifetime. Carson Beck's driving a Lamborghini and complaining about it. Talk about first world problems, right? And so all those benefits, are because, Carson Beck's name, image, and likeness is worth that, not because he's terribly good, because he's not.
No.
But because he was a quarterback at the University of Georgia and they won. And there's millions of Bulldog fans. I mean, so you could go trade Carson Beck for somebody that's all state and Maine or whatever that hadn't been noticed and probably win just as many games, make everybody happy. Nobody's going to quit going to the games. He's going to quit watching. These college brands have been around for 150 years, right? But nobody sees the value in that. The folks from the Athletic, they don't see the value in that at all. Everybody's getting exploited. It's not fair. Blah, 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 blah. And what I think in their mind they're saying is, why do coaches make all this? and players don't. And, coaching salaries are out of control. I'll just be honest with you. They're ridiculous. But they're pushing this whole play, instead of saying everybody needs to kind of take a step back and realize what's really making the money here. Instead of saying that, they're saying pay them, and inserting their personal politics in it. So there's a group of national media members that are like that I really despise, because I don't they care about the game. I don't think they understand the game, etc. So I don't give a flip about what they say. Right? Don't give a flip about what they say. This guy comes back. Well, Ross Dellinger and Andy Staples. I never once mentioned Ross Dellinger and Andy Staples. Those guys are reporters that report and are good at it. Andy Staples knows a thing or two about law too. I never would have included them in my little thing. I do care what they say, because they report facts and don't push a narrative. And if they're asked to give their opinion, give it. But it's usually based on the facts of the situation. They've been all over. So it's like, then you only a month ago mentioned that what may not hold up in court. You've been saying before that, you said it all hold and all this other stuff. I've never said that. I've always said subject to litigation over and over and over and over again. There's a poster on my message board who I actually know off the site, Mr. Spartanburg, that is a lawyer that is very strongly saying it is a federal lawsuit. You're not dealing with the NCAA. You're dealing with federal court. Courts are very reluctant to overrun settlements and things like that. He's been saying that, not me. But I got accused of that. So that was a long way and a side NIL rant and a media rant for you to tell you you're absolutely right. It is like a game of telephone. People don't remember from 1 minute to the next what you say exactly. And sometimes I think I need to dumb it down a little bit. And, sometimes I try not to repeat myself a lot, but sometimes I think I have to. And it's not that our audience is unintelligent. There's brilliant people in our audience, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's because they're inundated with so much about topics. And there's such a vast cavern of between, the truth somewhere. You say the truth is somewhere in between. Well, that in between is a vast cavern of nothingness, garbage, vomit, and banana peels.
And largely from social media, because if you're a Gamecock that's truly invested in being on the bigspur.com, guess what you're also doing? You're on Gamecock Twitter, you're on Gamecock Instagram, you're on the free message boards, you're talking to your friends, you got a group chat going, you got all this, and it just gets contorted. I mean, it just
one day I actually
was
blind people even too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, you're so passionate about the team. You just, some people get a little too up in their feelings about it, and I get it. I mean, we all want to see Carolina to do great in everything, right? I mean, we have these high expectations for the school and feel like the tools are there to be able to be good at almost everything they do. And sometimes that just gets in the way when you half read something or only catch a headline and you're like, whoa.
Gamecock Twitter has a bad some
yes.
and what they call, I guess they call it, they have a bad habit of that. I mean, it's just they know nothing about anything except like their gut feeling opinions, and that's fine. I get it. Everybody's got an opinion, including me, but you have to base some of those in reality, in my opinion, and then not get so emotional. And then also, I think that there's some very serious sense of importance out there that with all social media, not just Gamecock Twitter, it's not.
What cracks
people like to feel important, right? So
yeah, but what cracks me was like the feeling of importance, and like, your handle is Gamecock for Life 2019 ! And like, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. I can't really have a conversation with you. Yeah, you get to spout whatever you want. I don't.
Yeah, right. The burnerverse creates a lot of self-important. I'm not even going to say experts, but insiders, right? Like, you can't just assume that this guy, because he tweets 17 to 20 things a day about Gamecock athletics, knows any damn bit more than you do.
I'll take the Gamecock Twitterverse out of it, because I actually think there's a couple that I wonder. I mean, the ones that get me aren't the ones that are kind of active on social media giving their opinions. Like there's a guy famously Garnet Sports that I think does a fantastic job.
Yeah. Now, some of them
Cox
are
by
really
90,
good.
you know,
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
guess they
yeah.
would be considered Gamecock Twitter. It's the people that they don't want to spend the 5 cents a day to join the bigspur.com or Gamecock Central. So they don't want to read anything from anybody. If it doesn't follow their worldview, they act like folks like us in this space are totally wrong and inaccurate. They're anti-NIL, most of them.
Yeah. Right.
And then they think those opinions need to be broadcast to the world and amplified. And then there's some that really need to have their face beat in with a hammer. Their account totally anonymous. And some of them are not, they don't ever tweet anything. They're just replies. Some of them are like racist. Some of them, and they have Gamecocks in there. They're racist. I'm not one that just calls every little thing racist. You know, it's real racist. What you're saying? It's profanity. It's cussing people out. It's threatening people. And that's psychotic.
Yeah, don't be that. Don't be that person. If you're
beyond the Gamecock end of things. The funniest thing ever, though, was during conference realignment, both times, right? There were these Twitter accounts that just popped up out of nowhere,
right?
Nowhere. And they're all this rampant speculation. Because then you have the blogosphere, and the blogosphere kind of hit its peak about 2015. And then Facebook changed their algorithm, and people couldn't make money on it anymore. So lots of companies just closed up. But you still have things like Fansided, Sports Illustrated now, that once proud brand of sports journalism. It's basically the swimsuit issue and a collection of blogs from people in 4th grade. So you'd have like somebody named I'll just use this for an example, Hard Rock Harry, right, or something. Or a guy named like Jim Vance, and he looked like he had a professional, he was a writer for the Washington Post at some point, totally fake. Nobody's ever heard of this guy. And they would just put stuff out. Yeah, I hear Clemson in Virginia, this, that, the other. And any kind of like rumor you've ever heard or speculation about expansion, they would put it out. And these dudes, the 4th graders from the blogosphere, from Fansided and all that, they would take it, embed the tweet and aggregate it and write an article. Well, because these companies are pretty smart with their Google algorithm and SEO, right? Mm-hmm. It would show up on my Google News feed. Clemson to join the Big 12. and I look at this like the same guy named Andrew, his picture's sitting there, just took a tweet from Hard Rock Harry and embedded it into the thing. And you think, I'm getting Sports Illustrated, I'm getting some good scoop about. No, you're not. You're not. Anyway. No. So what do you guys think will happen this weekend? If I had to predict it, I would say something makes me just think Carolina's going to take 2 or 3. I'm not basing that on anything Whittle's told me or any kind of expert opinion, but I kind of feel like this is one of those years where the Gamecocks have had Clemson's number in other sports, and it'd be a nice first moment for Paul Mary. What say y'all?
I'll go first. I'll stick with what I said Tuesday night. I got the Gamecocks going 2-1, winning tonight, losing tomorrow, and taking the series on Ray Tanner Field on Sunday.
I'm going straight homer. The Carolina wins the series in odd numbered years. And I think the pitching for Carolina is better than what you're going to get for Clemson. They've been playing some hellified defense. So I say the Gamecocks sweep them. Let's go. Let's go.
What do you got?
Let's
Phil's
go.
in the upstate, man. He's
That's
like,
right.
I can't take this anymore.
I can't. No, they put the flags
That's
back.
good.
Some of these people who've been hiding their flags for a couple of months have put them back out in the neighborhood. I'm tired of it. I don't want to hear that. Gamecocks sweep.
Well, y'all, thank you for having me today. Just a lot of fun.
Man, that
My
was a
debut on the
blast.
show.
Yeah, we talked about things we never talk about.
You're welcome.
It's fine with me.
Yeah, man, yeah,
Matt,
shoot.
and looking forward to the late night game show next week. And certainly, I think the talk about men's basketball obviously is going to pick up once the season mercifully comes to an end.
Yeah,
I say mercifully now because it's a lot of hard pills to swallow. But enjoy baseball this weekend, man. And Phil, get us out of here, buddy.
Yeah. Appreciate Matt dropping in. Late night Gamecock show. Don't miss it every Tuesday, I think is what we're doing now at 8:00, right? Yeah, okay. And JB will be back on Monday morning with John Whittle to give the thoughts on this series. And yeah, let's go Cox. Everybody have a great weekend. Beat the Tigers.